gotten lost. I'm starting to think we're out of touch. When did it disappear? Settled in with the dust. Forget what it was that made us us. Walking backwards, losing focus. Slip so slow we didn't notice. Never read the warning signs. But it doesn't matter where we're headed. Made our plans, we're gonna get it. 'Cause I got your hand in mine. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Highs and lows, all that I know is that I'm gonna follow you wherever you go. Wherever you go, my dear, need you the most. And I wanna know, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? I'm looking for the road, eyes on the sky, taking it one step at a time. I know that I'm not alone, yeah, we'll be fine. Taking it one step at a time. Walking backwards, losing focus. Slip so slow we didn't notice. Never read the warning signs. But it doesn't matter where we're headed. Made our plans, we're gonna get it. 'Cause I got your hand in mine. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Highs and lows, all that I know is that I'm gonna follow you wherever you go. Wherever you go, my dear, need you the most. And I wanna know, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? 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 Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Hey, do you wanna come round now? Say around 5:30. Stay until the morning, then I carry on and live my hollow life. Did you really take my soul? Came and then you left a hole. Shot me in the late night, bleeding out in plain sight, running with the heart you stole. You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, you were rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, 'cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lust, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Oh, late night gang. It's you again. It's me again. Hello, hi, welcome. Also, yeah, porque no los dos, but also, like, you know, your priorities should be job security and social benefits over cat girlfriend. All right, chat? So I can tell you what you need. All right? I have the power here. My name's on the channel. Anyway, welcome on in, chat. Hi. I just had to wrestle with my internet equipment for like 30 minutes, so I am sad that I didn't go live before when I wanted to, but blame it on all the stinky internet equipment, all the stinky internet connection issues we've been having with the cold weather and the snowstorms and whatnot. So, are you sweaty? What an insane thing. No, I'm not. I'm annoyed, though, so it's, I don't know how to channel my anger. Can we get a rally of fuck ice? Everyone would just write fuck ice, because, like, I don't know where to channel this anger. So, yo, fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck anyone who supports him. There we go. Boom. All right. Welcome on. Oh my god, that makes me feel better. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh my goodness. Welcome everybody. So nice to have y'all here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is time for another late night power wash stream. I told you I was going to be playing this every other day till I beat it. We're beating it tonight. I think this is probably going to be the last level in the game. If I'm wrong, then I'm just like boo-boo the fool, I guess. But we'll see what happens. More yaps. Starting much later than I wanted to. I was going to probably do something like a little different tonight, but then I just got like fed up. I went, oh my god, my brain isn't like vibrating the way I want anymore. So I'm going to just vibe with some power wash. And it's good to have you here. Let me say some hellos. I think I saw some of you earlier in Ethan's stream. I hope you had a fun time over there. I've been harassing him for a while to get, you know, streaming again. He said he was recording more YouTube videos too, which is great. Very proud of that, boy. But anyway, if I miss you the first go around, there is nothing personal in that. If I say hi to you more than once, I guess you're just extra super special, but it's good to have y'all here, Late Night Gang. Ephraim, hello, hi, welcome. Slade, thank you for the 97 freaking months. I cannot believe it. You are 3 months away from triple digits. Yo, what's up, Moldy? Welcome on in, Wolverum. Enjoy the stream, everyone. Paxton, hello, hi. Welcome, Kim. Thank you for joining. Anyone who's lurking, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here regardless. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, that's me. Freaking making Ephraim. Like, making people doubt themselves because of your name. Unreal. You're the one with the complex around your name. Come on. Phoebe, hello, hi, welcome on in. Xander. I already treated myself. Good. So you don't, the title of the stream doesn't apply to you. Yeah, treat yourself. I know we've had a couple people be like, we are so close to the sub goal recently. We are. We're only 45 subs away from it, which is cool. But good God, you better be treating yourselves first in this weird, wacky world. Yo, what's up, Becca? Welcome on in. So nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Maya, hello, hi. Welcome. Listen, what if people want to remember your name? That's the way that it is. Some people want to remember your name, okay? Wormy, hello, hi, welcome. Nico, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have all these familiar names in chat. Ace of Snakes, welcome on in. Bryant, hello. Merm, how we doing? Welcome on in. My goodness. Oh, I'm kind of cutting it close, aren't I? Not anymore. Yo, Nettles, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Enjoy the lurk. Yeah, I hope that the bad brain goes away. I mean, I'll be power washing everybody's brains tonight. You know how it is. Who's Ethan? Sometimes a reality I wish I lived, right? Also, Becca, 64 freaking months. What the heck? I appreciate that. Thank you for that huge, huge resub. Can we get a little bit of hype? A little bit of pride? A little bit of fun, beautiful rainbow colors spammed in the chat? Yeah, they might be leaving Minnesota. That's what they say. I feel like it's a psyop thing. I think they're still going to be lurking there. We got to keep up. The other thing we have to do is not remember, or we got to keep remembering. We got to not forget the assholes who were pro this. Whether they're people in positions of power like politicians or community leaders, or just like fucking assholes in our own personal lives, I'm not gonna forget that they were like rooting on this bullshit. Even if this all goes away tomorrow, like I'm not gonna forget who is a dehumanizing piece of crap. So that's the way that I'm looking at it. Like, we celebrate our victories, but also, like, we stay vigilant kind of thing. Banana Moon Puppy, thank you for the 325 stream streak. Appreciate that. And Moldy with the 20. You are starting to grow up. Truly. Goodness. So, welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you again, Becca, for that support. That's really cool of you. We're here again. Yeah, it's Rainbow. It is kind of cool, right? Rainbow. Yo, what's up, Kratz? Welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. I had a pretty okay day. Yesterday, my day off, I take Wednesdays off for those of you newer here. It's like the one day off a week I take. Every now and then I swap up and take like an additional day off that's on like a rotating kind of thing. Yeah, I had a like really intense therapy session. And then I had like one of the most relaxing evenings I've had after therapy in a long time. It was actually really nice. I got some like peaceful vibes going on in the brain yesterday. It was nice to like, vibe, get some like good relaxation and some recovery in, not worry about things as much, do some fun stuff like gaming, some hobbies. Yo, what's up, Ace? Welcome. I'm a petty bitch. It doesn't take much anymore to make it into the list of people who are not allowed to outlive me. Same. I am here living proof that Spike can, like, drive your survival forward. I refuse to die before a lot of the assholes out there, Hope you had a nice time with your therapist. Oh, God, it was brutal. It was terrible. It was, those of you who saw the memes I was putting up, my therapist was like, yeah, so I've been meaning to ask because, like, the economy is not great right now. How are you doing? Since she knows I'm a full-time content creator. And I was like, things could be hotter on the financial end of things. For me, for so many of my friends, for like people I know who work in the game industry as it fucking collapses around us. And I was just like kind of bitching to her about it. And then we were talking because she's pretty progressive. Not pretty progressive. She's very progressive. She knows my human rights values and things like that, which is great to work with a therapist who aligns with you on those types of things. But she was like, we've obviously talked about you not being born in the U.S. a lot throughout your time here with me. How are you doing with all the, like, awful shit ICE is doing? And I was just like, not great. Not hot. It's not my favorite thing to read about. Not my favorite thing to talk about. But, yeah, we dug into that. So, brutal. And then alongside, like, the typical stuff, processing grief over the loss of my sister. So it was just, like, a triple threat of a therapy appointment where it's just like, I don't know if I had Charlie XCX's, like, I think I'm going to die in this house playing in my brain. Where it's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it through this one. This session is brutal, dude. It's got hands. But afterwards, I got to relax a lot. And it was weird. It was almost like cathartic, like the amount of emotionality I got to express in my therapy session. And then I got to shift my gaze to playing some video games, doing some other fun hobbies for myself. So I really did invest in time for myself. So I'm all, refreshed today. Well, as refreshed as I get these days. I'm excited to vibe with some good energy with this awesome community. My therapist did not sign into our call today. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I hope something bad didn't happen. I hope that it was like, an emergency, but like not like too intense an emergency. Things happen, right? But yeah. Oh God, Ace, that's the worst. That's the worst when you're like, no, you're just factually incorrect. So. Who up shifting their gaze, right? Oh my God. I'm always shifting. We're reality shifting gaze into a reality where we win. I did relate to the after therapy memes. I had a feeling that was a pretty wide net as far as like relatability. I actually bumped into another car after a haircut. It's the only place I've told anyone. I mean, God, it's one of those things where it's like, if you didn't do any damage, I don't know nothing. I too had a brutal therapy session on Tuesday. Damn, yeah. I do it right in the middle of the week so I can have the anxiety of getting to my therapy appointment on Wednesday at the beginning of the week, and then after therapy, the rest of the week is ruined because I'm processing everything. It's a really bold strategy. So, Moose, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate that a lot. I hope you enjoy your emote, sub badge, and ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. I'll do a really, really, really good job of not getting canceled the next 30 days so you can enjoy your access to those benefits here. Thank you for joining as a sub. They were nice and didn't make a police report. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay. You actually talked to them. It wasn't like you just dinged and ran. I've had that happen. Morgan's had that happen. At the old place we lived at, a plow that the landlords hired to plow out the parking lot at the apartment complex we used to live at slammed into Morgan's car with the corner of the plow and destroyed her back bumper, and then would not fess up to doing it. So that was awesome. Not our favorite thing that happened at that apartment complex. Surprisingly, not the worst thing that happened at that apartment complex. Did not hit and run. Good. Meanwhile, I'm here, I'm like, well, if there was no cosmetic damage, I don't know anything. Me being, pleading the fifth as a witness in your court case. Anyway, chat, it's good to have y'all here. God, it's been cold. God, it will not stop snowing. I needed to stop snowing. Morgan's out of the house, though. She used a snow shovel, dug her car out of her parking spot today, and went out to go do some stuff. So I don't know when she's expected back, so you're stuck here with Mom 1 for a little bit, vibing, hopefully having fun. She was telling me tomorrow she hopes to be able to stream as well. So maybe you'll get some Mom 2 time in tomorrow, which will be good. And I should be recording a YouTube video tomorrow. I didn't have time today, which sucks. But part of it is because I started exercising regularly again. And that's been eating up a decent amount of time every day. So feeling more fit, feeling like my brain's getting unfoggy has been kind of nice. I'd like to borrow some snowflake. I wish I could ship this shit out. I wish. Like, if I could be like, hey, like $5 for me to ship you snow, I would do that in a heartbeat. Stuck here with Mom 1 is crazy when I chose to be here. Yeah, and you chose to be here and you can still be stuck here, though. I'm making sure you won't be able to leave. Please send weather to me, too. God, I'm blowing... Well, no, that's a weird thing to say online. Trying to fan the clouds your way, chat. I'm trying to fan all the weather your way, okay? Yeah, get that muscle. Listen, it's the era of the muscle MILF. 2026, year of the muscle MILF mommy. That's the build I'm going for. So, can people gift subs, please? I do not like this weird gift box next to my name. Do me a favor. What do you mean? Oh, because you're number 2 on the leaderboard? You want people to knock you off the leaderboard? That's kind of funny. Most people like being on it. You can also custom... If you click your username, or you click the little wheel in your chat thing, you can change your chat settings. You can, change your identity so it doesn't have the gifting little badge next to your name. Chat, she's blowing... Stop! Oh, God. Meanwhile, chat... Being very judgy right now. I went to college. Sorry, I should have said get that muscle. Oh my God. Heck yeah, love hearing about people getting into regular exercise routines. Let's go. Yeah, Paxton knows. Paxton knows. I wish I could be on the leaderboard. I am tightening the financial belt. I feel ya. I used to gift a lot more subs to the community just randomly. I know that there's I do have the ability to give y'all a discount on subs. Maybe we do that closer to the end of the month. I love your autism. Never change. It's me trying to get people to gift subs. Oh. Me actively working against my financial success because I'm too straightforward. God, there's something. I was talking to Morgan 2 nights ago. I was asking her about I was like, hey, I've always done this. Do you think this is an autistic trait? And she's like, because I was like, did this start recently? Did this get severe recently? And she's like, babe, you've always done that. It's like, you've been doing that since we met in 2008. So yeah, the autism allegations never going to be undone. So, bless her heart. Yeah. Oh my God. I'll get on the sub leaderboard one day. Oh my goodness. Please. No, here's the thing. It's like anytime I hear someone who's like, I don't currently have the money to give you a bunch of subs, but I'm saving up. Please do not prioritize me. Like if you're in a financial situation where like gifting subs is something that might actually like cause your budget to be funky. I mean, and this is not me trying to infantilize chat. Like, you're all adults. You make your own financial decisions, whether they're good or bad kind of thing, right? Like, that's your consequence to live with. But, like, I do hope that you're thinking of it as, wow, I'm financially stable right now. I'm going to do all the cool stuff and things that I wanted to do when I didn't have money now. I'm going to do the stuff for me. I prioritize the stuff for me that I always wanted to do when I didn't have money. Because that's what you should be doing. So, I feel like this worm. I love worm time, honestly. It's very funny. Get my tax returns by the end of the month, so maybe I can do a nice little bundle. We'll see. We'll see. If I like I said, might do a little bit of a discount guy. I've never done one before. But if it helps us hit sub goals, that'd be sick. Yo, what's up, M? Hello? I disagree with your going live message because, yes, I need those things, but what if I also need a cat girl girlfriend? I have one. Well, then you don't need one. You have one. You know? We've already had this argument. You need basic human benefits. I realize that a lot of movies, I don't know any of those movies. I apologize, Phoebe. But they're showing on your birthday tomorrow. That's fun. That's pretty cool. We ball here and spoil each other? Y'all are acting like I don't have elite ball knowledge. I'm so old that I was there when ball knowledge was invented. All right? Fuck it, we ball, sure. But fuck it, we pay rent first. I want to support stream, but then streamer is like, you're already supporting me by being here, and it's just not the same. But I do appreciate you being here. That's what it is. The day I'm not terribly broke, it's over for you. Why over for me? Why? Look in the mirror and say that. You should be like, the day that I'm not terribly broke, it's over for myself. Because I'm going to go get myself some cool stuff like I'm a kid at a candy store. You know? Been saving Prime for when my sub expires. Honestly, great strat. Because here's the thing, is if you're already using like Amazon Prime, you do get a Prime sub for free every month. So I've been using that to support some of my friends on like a rotating basis lately. Because I had to cancel a couple subscriptions as well. Yeah, balls expert. Yeah, did I stutter? So, did you invent ball knowledge? I didn't invent it, but like I know a guy who knows a guy who did, you know? So, I remember when we would make Gifted and Cheers a competition. It was a different economy. It's like Ethan and I talk about that every now and then. We're like, hey, do you remember when we each had like 1,600 subs on Twitch? Back in like 2021. It was crazy. It was actually like so wild back then because everyone was stuck inside. Internet content was kind of the only thing that we had as far as like forming community around it and support systems around it and everything. So, yeah. Yeah, when I'm well off, it's over for Girbeagly. That's literally not what I just told you to say. The day that I'm not terribly broke, it's over for all my loved ones and favorite creators. I'm gonna be so insufferable. Yo, what's up, Chaos? Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. When I'm a billionaire, I'll be so icked out by... When I'm a billionaire, I will be so icked out by having hoarded that wealth that I will pass the curse to Brie immediately. Then we will have to cancel them. Oh, God. No, like, honestly, so fitting. If I ever become a billionaire, please cancel me. You don't become a billionaire without breaking the backs of everyone around you, right? So, like, in a derogatory way, not the positive way. So, like, please, God. Hoarding wealth, like, even thinking about it, it overwhelms me. And this is not me trying to, like, fucking virtue signal or anything. It is seriously, like, $1 million is so far beyond anything I've ever had in my bank account at any point in my life that it is, like, unfathomable to me. Like, I cannot, like, even think of, like, if I were to log into my bank account and see that many zeros in my bank account, I would just be like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I would love to have that much money because it would allow me to help a lot of people in my own life. It would allow me to have financial security probably forever with how frugally Morgan and I live. But it would, boy, oh boy, it would feel funky. It was a good time, though, hanging out with you and Morgan while I was working overnights during COVID were some of the most peaceful times during that time I've ever had. I feel you. There's like some things, like I said, I don't miss the pandemic, obviously. Like, shit's still going on, which sucks, and then also, like, the height of it, like, the beginning of it was just horrible, right? But at the same time, it's like, it did force a lot of us to, like, adjust and figure out, like, a different perspective on the idea of community and, like, how the internet can bring people together. Chat's looking real cute tonight. ADHD, you as well. Welcome. Streamer says to give all your money to that. Why are you just writing it? You're not copying down the notes right, you know? Like, millionaire, sure, I could give so much away, still live comfortably for the rest of my life, but $1 billion, that's an unfathomable amount of money. You're right. Like, I would seriously just be like, oh, wow, I have $1 billion. Time to send 999 million of that dollars to, like, cancer research. Let's get this shit cured, like, this moment. You know? I miss the communities we created around it. I feel it. I understand. So, yeah, like the guy in The Great Rupert, exactly. Yeah. If I had that much money, I'd be like, ill og what, huh? And parasocial, I trust Brie to deal with this. I should not be first on the list of where the inheritance goes. Ty, welcome. Thank you for the 95 stream streak. Welcome, welcome. $1 million, I could pay off my debt, buy a house, and put some away to grow, and then donate the rest. Same, yeah. That's my big thing, is like, if I had like $1 million, pay off all the debt that I have. Like, all the debt I have, be able to, like, move where I want to, buy a house where I want to, and then you, like, invest some and give, like, a shit ton away. Good causes, people in my life who need it. Like, I don't know. I just find ways to help, because that's, like, I don't know, what we got to do right now. Mutual aid is so important for so many people out there, right? Even just making a few 100K a year would be incredible. I used to make a joke. Well, it wasn't a joke tweet. I used to make a tweet that I hope never pressured anyone. That used to be, people do not realize how much, like, an extra $20,000 a year would completely change my life. And that is, like, true. I mean, that is just, like, really true. So, Breeze being written into my will after... after my insane career in the CIA and being president. Well, hopefully while you're president, you, like, make, like, a bunch of laws where we, like, tax billionaires or something. And then society as a whole is a lot more financially stable and a lot more taken care of. And that way, like, that's, like, true trickle down that would, like, actually affect me in a way that was positive. And then you wouldn't even have to put me in your will. So, word for word in my will. Give Gove Girbeagly everything. Word for word, you're going to write the word Gove in your will? That's a bold choice. Good luck to that lawyer who has to, like, figure that out. Especially when so much of that money you make a year goes to taxes, you're not even really making most of that money. Oh, yeah. Yep. Working for myself has been... Wow, I'm personally the problem. I'm systemically the issue. I'm funding the government with, like, half my income a year. All of us in our walls, or like, all of us in our wills. Sorry, I'm so used to everyone being in the walls. All of us in our wills. Fuck them kids, give it to Brian Girbeagly long. No. Not taxing them, but they won't be an issue anymore. That's so fair. That's so fair. Oh my goodness. Anyway, chat, thank you so much again for being here. Thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight. Again, really wish I had gotten started a lot earlier, but you know how it goes with these internet service providers. They're always giving me grief. They're trying to cut me off at the knee. They don't want to see, they hate to see a bad bitch win, you know? Chat, hit me with a little bit of your good news. I'd love to read some of your good news here. Doesn't have to be anything big, as long as it's something that we can all celebrate comfortably together. Feel free to congratulate and celebrate each other's good news. We'll get sort of a hot start going again with the game. Get the gameplay on the screen before an hour ends so that we can spend some good time together. I'm really excited because, again, yesterday, despite the rough therapy session, I got some very meaningful, like, rest and recovery in. And I'm so happy to be here right now, refreshed, some good energy coursing through my veins with some good people. So let's hear about the good things happening to good people in a good community while the world ain't so good. Yo, Ethan Nestor Big Naturals, thank you for the 60 stream streak. That is a lot of indeed. Misinformation time? No, 10-minute believers didn't even get close this time. Good news, I'm finally over the flu. Still got some recovery time due to my chronic stuff, but the worst is over and I feel like a person again. I'm so happy to hear that the worst of the flu is over. I really hope that you keep recovering smoothly. Getting sick right now sucks. It's the worst. I know 'tis the season for it, but I'm glad to hear that you're feeling a bit better. I hope the chronic stuff eases up on you. We're all having a rough enough time without that, right? Good news, my youngest brother bought me Subway for lunch. My younger brother bought me McDonald's for dinner. Oh my God, hooking you up with some good eats. Halfway through the hiring process of the job I applied to a while ago. Nice, let's freaking go. Very good stuff. Hiring manager will let me know when orientation will be via email. My goodness, Phoebe, congrats. That's awesome news. That's great to hear. And also, again, all the good family and food time. It's a lovely thing to have right now. Good news, my company got bought out and my pay is going from $19 to $25 and I'll be getting good health insurance. Oh my God, ADHD. Sometimes, you know, those acquisitions end up benefiting the people at them. Hopefully it stays that way for you and your other workers. That's awesome to hear about the awesome rate. And also, again, some social benefits in there. Some good stuff. Let's go. Elric, welcome. Good news is that some of my favorite dogs were at work today. I got to give them all snuggles and kisses. Maya, that's so cute. I love that. Love that you have favorite dogs. I got my local theater to play Iron Lung, and then I went to go see it twice at the theater, and now they've given me the marquee poster for Iron Lung. Now I have that, and I need to get a poster for him. That rocks. That's so cool. Thank you for helping spread indie art. Some good stuff going on. Good news, I'm going to keep living. Also, I saw Karen get yelled at for the way she speaks to people. One second here, Lee.
Place to spend my time. Thank you for all you do, Breegerb. Love, go
8
hard.
frickin' months, Jay. Thank you for being here so long. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for all that you do. Also, Lee, I'm proud of you for pushing through. This is what we got. We need everybody. It's a group project. It's a group effort. We need all of you. You're doing great. You're kicking ass. And it's so funny to watch Karens get put in their place. Good news, after nearly a year of searching, I got to go to D&D tonight. You were saying, that's so exciting. It's a great time. I'm really excited to get into it with this new group. My flight is Sunday, and I've collected all my gays and trans people for all the plans. I cleaned a lot today before D&D and before going out today. Put on lotion and sunscreen. I'm a man, and I do not moisturize enough. There we go. Yeah, you got to get that moisturizing in. Awesome to hear about the D&D. Very excited about your trip as well. I hope it all goes so smoothly and you have so much fun. Good news, I got my local theater to play. Wait, did I already read that? Oh, it posted twice. I see. I was like, whoa, what happened to my brain? Yo, what's up, great lady? Hello. For the last 2 weeks, I've been doing exposure therapy almost every day. Literally just back from another drive. I'm very tired. I'm trying to get my brain to register these as wins, but it's proving very difficult. The fact that you're still doing it, though, shows that there's a part of you that is not giving up, that knows that this is the right thing, and that it's something that will be helpful to you. Great lady, so proud of you for that. Seriously. My company was really small, poorly managed, but had good clients, so honestly, it doesn't feel oh, that's awesome. No, that's really great. Does feel beneficial. Wonderful. I finished a horrible trial transcript today, 2,000 pages, that has consumed my life for over a month. Such a relief. Oh my God. Getting that off the table, Kratz. I'm sure that's a big weight off your shoulders. Sorry I commented twice. No, you're good. You're good. You are A-okay. I understood that as good news. You're all right. Good news. I prioritized aggressive rest therapy the last few days and week. It's hard to not do anything sometimes, but at the end of the day, my body's slowly thanking me. Here's more aggressive rest therapy and binging out to Minecraft in stream. Heck yeah! I'm very happy that you're prioritizing that rest, that mental health. It is such an important part of the whole process of, like, being able to participate in the world in the ways that you want. Gotta invest some time into ourselves, even if it feels like it's not enough. Like, oh my God, because I'm so fucking, like, capitalism pilled or so productivity pilled, I think I have to be doing things on my day off or on, you know, like, my hour off or whatever it is that you're using that time for. It's gotta be for you, right? So very proud of you. I know how hard that can be. I know exactly how hard that can be. I had to go to freaking therapy for it, right? Like, my work-life balance was, like, so insane. There are times I look back at when I was making bigger waves in the content creation industry and doing a lot more, like, loudly, you know, on a lot of, like, social media timelines and stuff like that. But also, I love the peace I have. I love being able to, like, kick back and watch a movie with Morgan instead of, like, working on, like, 5 YouTube videos for the next, like, week or something. Like, I like it when I get to take a breather and then be like, all right, here's the energy I have afterwards. Now the work that I do manage to do is going to be so much better. Like, that's the way that I've kind of reconciled with it. You'll get to a good mentality for yourself, hopefully, as well with it. So, was a live notification a Northern Lion reference? No, he says different, better things than me. But same vein, same flavor. Everyone, I'm so happy for you from surviving to thriving. I'm so glad that you're here and we exist at the same time. I love that mentality, Ephraim. How lucky I am truly to be in this community with all of you. Like, out of all the possible timelines that have already, you know, like all the stuff that's already happened in our timeline, right? All the different eras of history that we read about, all the people that we know who are older than us that existed, you know, decades before us or whatever. Like, we exist at the same time right now. We have the ability to connect via, like, different skill sets and different tools that were not around in the past. Like, it's kind of cool to exist right now, minus all the every fucking thing burning down, obviously. But, like, complete chance that we all exist at the same time right now. It's been good to get to know people, you know? It's been wonderful to exist at the same time as all of you. We want you here. We want you having as good of a time as possible. Worm News got some laundry done, and did get to see Iron Lung for a second time yesterday. So I've now officially ironed both lungs. That's how that works, right? Yes, absolutely. The math works out. Awesome to hear that you got that chore done, out of the way. You don't have to worry about it for a bit. And awesome about enjoying the movie enough to go see it a second time. My good news, other good news. I'm finally no longer sick with the plague. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't want to burp directly into the mic. That was some of the worst 11 days of my life. I'd only wish feeling that shitty on my worst enemies. I hate a bad cold. I hate the flu. I hate getting sick at all. It bums me out. It's just so draining. It really is like a miserable experience. Glad that you're feeling better. Glad that a lot of people's good news is they're just like feeling better. Genuinely feel so honored to know y'all, from strangers and acquaintances to close friends I made here. So full of love, and I'm sappy maxing on Maine. We do that here.
One more year.
What the heck? Let's freaking go. I cannot believe it's been a full year. Congrats on the Jolteon badge. Ace of Snakes. Can we get a little bit of hype, a little bit of pride spammed in the chat, please? Your favorite pride emotes or your favorite hype emotes for a full freaking year. Someone evolving into a Jolteon. Thank you for using your Prime here as well. Really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all are awesome. Seriously. I've been getting so sleepy so early, I think because of my new meds. Well, my depression's been improving. I'm missing late night gang time. Glad I could stop by for a bit. No, Merm, listen. VOD channel is for people like you who have to duck out early. Please take care of yourself. Please, please, please know that we appreciate you here a lot. Please know that I'm so proud of you, despite, like, the side effects. I mean, part of it, my schedule is part of the issue. My schedule is a piece of shit right now. So, once I get a better schedule going, hopefully it'll allow you to participate for longer. But I'm glad that you're getting that stuff in balance, that you're taking care of yourself that way. It is so important to destigmatize that. It is so important to remind ourselves that we're worth some self-care. Very proud of you. Get some wonderful rest, Merm. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah. Oh my God, Maya. Yeah, I can't even imagine, right? Like, because sometimes when I get sick, even as someone who works for myself, it's like, hey guys, I have to take like 4 days off. And that blows. But having to like adhere to an actual schedule, like a work schedule, would be rough. So, taking ibuprofen, hope you're proud of me for not dry swallowing. I am. People can be taught. They can learn new things. Good. Do not dry swallow your pills. It's bad for you. All right, chat. Thank you for the good news. I have to go pee. It's time to pee, okay? We're going to do a quick pee break after I read Becca's good news here. If you Oops, I just punched my mic. Sorry about that. If you have to also go use the bathroom, it is time for communal pee break, where you should wash your hands after using the bathroom, especially if you are also going to go refill your water, prepare yourself a little snack, get into some comfy clothes, etc. I'll leave you here with the mods, with Wide Bernie, and some tunes. Once again, after I read, actually, two good newses here. Good news, I bought some stuff for lunch tomorrow. I'm going to make some sandwiches / sliders for lunch for me and Wormy to put in our bentos. That sounds so good. My goodness. The food pics that you've been putting up on Discord look so awesome every time I see them. Like, seriously. Love dry swallow. I mean, we all got to love, right? Good news. Yo, what's up, Grooch? Saw Iron Lung yesterday. A friend joined me because I'm not great with horror, but your description / review helped me go into it with confidence. I loved it. I'm so proud of Mark. Yeah, see, it's one of those horror movies that even if you're not good with horror, I think most people can handle, especially with a friend there that was very kind that your friend joined you. I'm glad that you liked it. Moldy, I mean, I can't control anything you're doing. You're like behind a screen. There's nothing I can really do to you. You can do what you want, but also I advise that you don't do that. Anyway, I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back. Enjoy your pee break. Early one this time, and then I'm going to beat this dang power washing game. We'll talk about some fun stuff together. All right. It's me, Wide Bernie. I sound just like Bernie Sanders. Do you hear this? So it has to be me. It has to be Bernie Sanders talking to you, but from the wide dimension. You better have washed those hands, or you've let down democracy. It sounds... Sorry, chat, it's me. It's actually me, Brian, the streamer. Sorry to trick you. I know that deception was very convincing. But I hope you had a great pee break. What am I reading in chat right now? My goodness. Also, yes, I see Xander doing the work of the evil Twitch.television lobbyists trying to get you to give more of your hard-earned money to the sub goal. But I will point out we also do have a tip goal that if you'd rather give your money there instead of evil Jeff Bezos, that is also something that is available. Currently set at $200 because with tax, that is how much the producer edition of FL Studio, which is a digital, it's a DAW, a program that you can produce music in. That's how much it is. And I had this crazy idea. I'm not even on camera. Sorry, I was still really like embodying Bernie there for a moment. But it was one of those things where I had this thought last night, and I was like, I'm going to redo a bunch of the alerts we have, or maybe add just more, where I'm going to make some original music, and most of the music is going to be kind of funny. I thought that would be like kind of a funny idea whenever that gets funded. So, yeah. 10-Minute Believer's really winning there. I mean, hey, spiritually, if that's a win for you, that's good. Can I link a funny YouTube short? I won't watch it on stream. But, I mean, Nightbot will also kill you if you put a link in here, just as a warning. So, I guess the answer to your question is no, regardless of how you try to do it. We do have a Discord. Yeah, we do have a Discord with media sharing, but please keep in mind, we have the same rules there as we got here. So, yeah. Just heads up to use your brain. I'm reading Dante Alighieri's Divine Dante's Dante's Divine Comedy and Inferno and stuff. Yeah. Practice some of my literacy skills, and I have to say I'm actually having a good time reading it. I'll let you know. So I've read that book in Latin. I think Latin. One of the translations. And I've read it in like modernized English. And I gotta say, it's cool to read like the original, transcription of stuff. But my God, you'll still pick up like a lot of cool stuff from just reading it in the English translation as well. You should make chat messages out of context as a lyric in the song. Well, there'd be like multiple songs. So, yo, what's up, Leaf? Welcome to the stream. Side good news, I just chugged lots of water. Good. Take care of you. You like my earring? Thank you. I wear it every stream, but it sometimes gets lost in my hair. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing, too. It's like I know chat's trying to be nice by being like, yeah, you can link it in the Discord. It's like literally someone who doesn't follow me. So, even if they were asking something earnestly, I don't know them. They're not dropping a random-ass link in my chat. And if they do something fucking stupid in the Discord, then they get killed. So I know that y'all also are autistic and way too nice as a result of it. But yeah, typically if someone comes by and is like, "Can I just drop a link?" Yeah, I'm not helping them. I'm not giving them the option. I barely trust my regulars. I barely trust you guys. That's why we have the no link rule. Other good news, I drank 1.5 liters of vanilla chai. Chugged it. Oh, wild. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, though. No, you're good, Ephraim. Like I said, I get it. The neurodivergent urge to just be trusting. So I get it. But at the same time, I've been on the internet for so fucking long, I can sniff that shit out. So, hopefully bro is cool. Hopefully bro is not an incel or a chode. Anyway. Did the bot send a going live? Oh, it did, okay. I haven't, logged into the Discord, all day. So, we're good. Chai's so good. Oh my god, it is, isn't it? Alexis, hello, hi. Gerbs and gays. Yeah, that's us. Reading Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's English translation. It's really heavy prose, but I'm enjoying working my way through it on my terms. Suck at middle school English curriculum. It is very heavy prose. It is. And it's like very heavily symbolic and shit. Obviously, but it's like a cool read. I do enjoy the Divine Comedy. It is cool. It's been a bit since I've read it though. So I too thought it was strange. Yeah, again, I've been doing this thing for a while, right? I've been doing this long enough. I can kind of smell it out. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is even if they do that, it's like we just permaban. It's easy. Josie, hello, hi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. It's the thing I always talk about, like, my ability to block trolls and block, like, the people whose parents were related by blood who dropped by to behave the worst. My fingers work faster on the block button, the ban button, than they're able to spread damage. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, Becca. It's like its context clues are like very like it's so easy online to like sniff those types of people out. First message in chat being, "Can I link something?" is fucking sus as hell. Like negative aura. I downloaded college level study materials to go with it. Some stuff really went over my head the first few cantos. Totally understand. It's like, again, it's very clunky. It's an old piece of work, but I recommend reading that. Things like the Iliad and the Odyssey. A lot of things that are just like classics. Such intelligent people in chat. I'm playing a hidden object game on my right monitor, watching stream on left monitor. It's all my brain has room for tonight. No, play your games. Have fun here. Like, it's good to have y'all here. Seriously. Welcome, welcome. So, -2. Why am I getting -2? What happened? What are we talking about? So, Leaf, sometimes I do that. Like, it's so funny. My friend Alana Pierce was putting up like troll replies in her Instagram story after she put up clips about like how amazing it was to watch Bad Bunny, you know, bring a bunch of people together with his Super Bowl performance and like express that like love is like the binding thing that brings us all together and strengthens us as a people. And she just got all these hateful like DMs from people because obviously love of like a performance that celebrated diversity must be bad in the brains of a lot of these Neanderthals that we unfortunately have to deal with. Oh, not me? Okay, not me. The -2 or yeah, I feel you. You're good. But I sent her she like censored out the name of one of them that she put up. And so I sent her a DM and I was like, it's a shame that you didn't name and shame. Because I want to like add this person preemptively to every block list I have so that they never have the chance of entering my space since we have a lot of like, you know, crossover between communities kind of thing. So she did that with the next one and I was like, thank you so much, Queen. Because I'm that person too. I'll just be like, oh, wow, a comment section that is a cesspool. Time to destroy everyone here. I hope that none of these people pass on their genetics. And if they do, I will never have to know about it because they've now been nuclear blocked in every space I'm in. Little Chaos, hello, hi, welcome. My fever broke yesterday. I'm feeling much better today. Now I'm in that annoying stage where instead of a runny nose, I have a stuffed nose and keep trying not to be a mouth breather because it hurts my throat. Oh no, I hope that you feel 100% better soon. So sorry that you're in the annoying stage. God, I hate that stage. Kick back, enjoy. Vibe in here. So yeah, like Wolverine, like a lot of classic literature. Just as someone who originally started my degree as an English major and wanted to be like a creative writing major, and I've read like a lot of the literary classics over the years, it's kind of cool to go back. Some of the stuff, you know, has aged like shit, but some of it's like really good. So I love when people give themselves up for the block for free. They show up and I go, ooh, free, clicky click. You get a block and you get a block. Exactly. Again, it's so easy to hit the block button. So, yeah. Yeah, it is so much. My life is so much better now that I do not argue with nobodies online. Where I'm like, you're entering into this conversation with like bad faith and you're just going to be the biggest jerk to waste the most time and say the most harmful things to another human being. So, oh my God, Slade, thank you for updating the game. Shit. It's like the one time this month I didn't update the game. I appreciate my mod team so much. They're amazing. But it really is, yeah. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like, it'd be one thing if you're arguing with, like, a political analyst with some kind of sway and education in the thing. But I love it because a lot of these people that, like, try to rile you up are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't be, oh, I see from your bio that you are, whatever your job is, you probably shouldn't even be talking politics. You don't know much about it. And it'll be like, all right, other random person who's also not a political expert, you're also a random fucking idiot by your logic. Like, why do you have more authority to talk about this than me? It's so easy to just be like, wait, I can reconceptualize these people in this way. This is my perspective now of, like, they say I don't have value, but where the fuck is their value that they're contributing to this subject? Like, I don't need to be a part of it, man. I'll just block you and I'll move on with my day and go do something much more useful with my time while you seethe on the internet. It's really that easy for me. So, yo, oh my God, hurdles, Josie. I hope that she has a great time with that, because I, as a very short person, used to run hurdles as a joke, and I still had fun with it. But people who are, like, really good at it, like, I don't know, it's like a cool skill to learn, like the number of steps between hurdles before you jump and, like, proper jumping technique and stuff. It's cool. So, I believe it was Chris Melberg. Oh, I was like, who the hell's Chris Melbergy? Was talking about you and how he loves how you can take people down with just a few words and just your nonchalant ways of destroying people. Wait, what? Is Chris saying nice things about me in rooms I'm not in? What the heck? Fucking love that guy. He's a great dude. Like, genuinely. Like, truly someone who walks the walk behind the scenes. The whole pronouns in bio, opinion invalid, PM. I know, right? It's like, okay. All right, he, him. Like... I love block and ignore. Friendship ended with engaging weird online randos. Protecting my peace is my new best friend. That and, like, on social media, it's like 40% of people on social media are not even real people anymore. They're like bots trained with AI. Like, what was it? There was the study that was done. I wish I could remember which publication wrote about it. But they found a study. Also, I'll get into this, I promise here. Where ChatGPT is hooked up directly to a bot farm. And the bots are literally just being given, like, scripts by ChatGPT that's trained off of comment sections on social media to go out, create fake accounts, and then have fake engagement. And a lot of the times it's very convincing, because it's like they'll steal pictures from, like, other people and, like, have, like, this, oh, I must be arguing with a real person because they have Instagram posts dating back a year and a half ago, and there's dozens of them, so they got to be a real person. And it's very easy to fall for that. But a lot of the times they're literally bots, which is kind of crazy, that we got here. It's like dead internet theory used to be like a joke online, and it kind of bums me out because, like, I want to talk to real people. Like, I'll be making a YouTube video about this topic soon, but it's like, I like talking with y'all. You are real human beings with, like, real opinions and real nuance and real media literacy. And, like, that's cool for me as another human being that exists. But it's like, on social media, and especially in social media comment sections, I don't even trust that the person writing, like, the most foul shit to me is a real human anymore. A lot of the times I'm like, either you're someone who's so brainwashed that you do not have objective value in my lifestyle, or you are actually a bot, in which case anything I say to you is just going to be processed through, like, an AI chatbot. So not even worth my time either way. Block, move on. I'm going to use that, like, 10 minutes that I normally spend being angry to go do something I like to do and therefore improve my life. So, yeah. I've seen this. There was another one somewhere in Europe. A bot farm was shut down, and it shut down like 43 million accounts. Yep. Same thing happened on Twitter. They did a big, when Elon himself, who's, you know, the world's biggest, most unlikable loser idiot, he added a feature that shows where your account was created, like, it shows your location, right? And there was all these, like, so-called patriots, like anti-DEI, anti-woke patriot accounts with blue check marks that turned out to be from a Russian bot farm. They weren't even real people. So, or paid instigators. Either way, fake people, right? So, I don't know. Not me, I'm an alien probably. Listen, I hope that your planet never visits here. Yeah, he thinks I'm real. Delusional streamer talking to self in a webcam. Anyway, let's get washing. Let's get the bad vibes washed away here with Harper Shaw. I followed the second beam all the way up Mount Rushless, and it's led me to this weird door on the side of the volcano. Don't know what you think, but it looks like it was built by the pacifists to me. Karen thinks the beam... Oh, great. We got the pacifists and Karen. Karen thinks the beam was designed to pass straight through, but the system's all blocked up with dirt. Cleared some of the community funds stolen by the mayor for you to do your things up there. And Karen and Michelle will be watching on your feed just in case. Good luck, buddy. Well, all right. I guess I'm buddies now. Been lurking for a bit, so not chat. All good, Ephraim. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you so much for vibing with us tonight. Really appreciate all the good energy in chat tonight. Y'all are great. It's nice to have a community. It's so wild, you know, having done this for over a decade, like done content creation. That's a cute little scooter thing. For 13 years. And to be like, wow, I have, you know, the whole time I've been very intentional about trying to create a community that's on the right side of history and like be very loud about who I am and what I believe in and hope that that attracts the right people. And then to be here, there's a gnome here. Sorry, there's a hidden gnome. I have to kill him. To be here and be like, oh, wait, people here have working brains and are nice. That's awesome. They believe in human rights. That's awesome. It's a really cool thing. Also, again, I'm beating this tonight, by the way. We're beating Power Wash Sim tonight. So if you've been here for the whole journey of this, thank you for your service. I like to think I'm real, but I have a sneaking suspicion I'm simply an egregore or topo made up of things and feelings from friends and family. Possibly, but like that means that you ended up kind of cool, though. It means that people have good opinions of like what they believe you are. You know? Gnome injustice? There's been no gnome injustice in my streams. I think I'm very justified in my treatment of gnomes, honestly. I think the gnomes, if anything, have been a little bit intrusive in some strange ways. So, even further good news, my Instacart shopper was a repeat shopper and he found everything except the 2 packs of hard-boiled eggs for Wormy. So now they get 6 hard-boiled eggs. Oh my god! Being bountiful with hard-boiled eggs is truly a blessing. My problem is that sometimes I struggle with whether it makes more sense to block or not. I recently had to deal with people I knew spreading misinformation about me online. Part of me knows I should block to protect my peace. Part of me wonders if I should keep them unblocked in case of, I don't even know, but just in case. See, that's the anxiety, and I get that, because I used to be controlled by that same anxiety. But that is a fake scenario, because you yourself were even like, I don't even know. People are going to spread misinformation about you in your lifetime, whether you like it or not, unfortunately, right? People all say this thing these days, which I agree with a lot. You're going to be the villain in someone else's story, and there's nothing you can do about it. You obviously, these people already have a bad faith interpretation of who you are if they're likely to spread misinformation about you. There's nothing you can possibly say. There's no amount of kowtowing or pandering or placating that you can do to someone who's already has that problematic mindset to make them be on your side. And then, based on how they've already treated you, why would you even want to be in their good graces? Because at the end of the day, if people are spreading misinformation about you, again, you can't really fight that. They're going to do it anyway because they want to hurt you. And they hope you see it. But if you block them, you're in your own space that you're protecting. And then if someone brings their energy into your space, if they bring that misinformation, that bad energy, you still can block those people too. You can be like, hey, I've already addressed this. I've already told my side of the story. I've already told the truth. And if you don't believe that, nothing's going to convince you, so goodbye. So that's the way that I kind of look at it. Before I minimize from chat to screen, this is the nightly chat reminder. You can DM me anytime. Ephraim has been spearheading this awesome community vibe lately of like, hey, community members that want to like, you know, we all feel like we want more friends sometimes. We all feel like we want like that connection and that good energy in our lives. it is such a wonderful thing to see someone being like, I am very transparently saying you can DM me and we can like trade our interests and we can find where our mentalities and perspectives overlap and we can maybe start this beautiful new relationship, friendship, whatever. Like it's cool to see that in today's weirdly paranoid digital age. So I am shouting Ephraim out for that one. So true, it's the let them theory. Yeah, and again, I can't control your decisions at the end of the day. If your anxiety is controlling you to the point where you're like, well, this is better for my brain at the moment to keep doing things the way I'm doing it, that's your choice to make. That's not my life to live, right? I'm not here to judge you for that either. It's just more of my own mentality of having dealt with a lot of toxic people in my life over the years and what I've seen work. I'm at this point where I'm like feisty enough. I will never placate and bow down to someone else to gain their favor. If they've hurt me in a way that it's like irreconcilable, I love speaking English. I'm like so good at it. If it is something we cannot reconcile, it is not worth my time. It is not worth my time to put myself in harm's way, to bow down to them, to make them feel like they're superior to me. To gain, the bare minimum of human respect back? I have human respect from people I love, who love me, who adore me. I'm okay on that front, right? So when there's people who suck out there, and I've done this to, even the ignorant, brain-dead members of my extended family, I have cut off a large number of people in my extended family for just being terrible human beings. I'm okay with that, because I'm bolstered, my needs are met in a different part of my life. But that's my life. That's not your life. So if whatever decision you make, I'm not here to judge you on that. That's totally up to you at the end of the day. So seriously, good luck with all of that. I hope that you can find something that feels the most peaceful to you as well. Because that is ultimately the goal we all have. We want our peace. My goal is to not wake up as human soup tonight. I've been sweating so badly. Oh my God. It means your body's sweating out all the fever though, all the bad stuff. So really hoping that you feel better seeing Little Chaos. I promise I'll get caught up on chat here in a moment as well. Yeah, no, please don't chat and drive packs and take care of yourself. Get some good food. Took me many years to accept that I can't control what someone else thinks about me. Hard one to learn, but it makes it easier to cut out the bad energy. Absolutely. When people show you who they really are, believe them. That has always been kind of a truth that I've lived by in recent years, and it's helped me have a much more healthy mentality and a way more trusting and direct friendship with my friends. It's the thing I talk about here a lot. Your friends do not hate you. The people already in your life who say they like you, and even if they reach out infrequently, it's not because they hate you or are annoyed or bothered by you. If they're still actively telling you, hey, I like you. I don't go out of my way to find someone I don't like or who I find annoying or shitty and go, hey, by the way, I like you. I don't do that. Social climbers do that. People who are fake do that kind of stuff. I have very direct relationships with my friends. If I don't like something a friend does, I straight up tell them. And I know that's a more advanced stage of what we're talking about, and a way to get there, is not clear copy paste, easy to get to. But it's I don't know. I don't need to play games anymore as an adult. I value my time too much. I value my heart too much. I value how I express my love too much to play games. If someone's out there spreading shit about me, which there have been many people as a public figure and as someone who's been in some pretty influential circles in this industry over the years, who's moved through multiple friend groups, you can't do too much about it, unfortunately. Even as a capable adult, it's not a commentary on how capable you are as a person. It's your happiness. Hoodie, yo, what's up? Welcome. Actively working on it. That's all we can ask, right? I'm not here to judge. So, but yeah. At some point, if they're not moving on, that's more of social commentary about them. They're the loser who can't let go, who has to dig under the foundation of someone else's life to try to take them down because they themselves have never built anything worth standing proudly by. That's kind of it. Amethyst, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I value my energy too much. I feel you on that, Moldy, like, seriously. Yeah, only games I'm trying to play these days, video games, absolutely. Abso-frickin-lutely. Like, Adventure Time DLC coming to this game soon? Please, dude, come on. My happiness is so important to me. Had a friend who almost always ended up in beef with someone. Eventually, we realized they might be the problem. I mean, V, you've been around in my life long enough. You've seen the shifts in some of even our friend groups and stuff. Hello, my lovely dear. Welcome. Eating chicken at 4 a.m. That's beautiful, honestly. That's like my kind of vibe. Yeah, hello, everybody joining stream. It's good to have you here. Hello, beautiful people. Beautiful, beautiful people. Like, I mean, V, you've been, God, without naming names, you have been at conventions when there have been people who kind of orbit the friend group. You've been around, you've seen the people who kind of are there for ulterior motive things in our classic friend group. For real, for real. Popcorn chicken sounds so good right now. So... Yeah, Banana Moon Pup, right, when you break it down that way, it doesn't even make sense. It's like, I don't go out of my way to talk to people I fucking hate. My time is way too limited. It's like, I want more time to talk to the friends that I have who I love and who love me. So, it was Ethan. Oh, God, I didn't want to name and shame, but yeah, Ethan is a huge problem in every group he's in. No, I love that beautiful boy. We were talking yesterday. Like I said, I was in my feels yesterday. I had like a really restorative Wednesday night. Ethan and I caught up a bunch. It was great. In the end, they won't change their minds. It's like teaching a pig to sing. It frustrates you and annoys the pig. There we go. So, God, I cringe at some of those times. Yeah. And there was a reason that you and I were getting invited to the dinners and things like that. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. If you ever doubt yourself, if you ever feel the lingering creep of imposter syndrome, it's because people like you and love you. So, I love Ethan. He seems to be a good egg. I mean, he's your stereotypical problematic white boy, but he's only problematic because he doesn't pay attention to anything. It's like, I'll never, ever forget on Twitter years ago when he posted the picture of him at at some industry party. I forgot which one it was. I think it was like a 100 Thieves party or something. And it was the picture of him looking down at the camera, and on one side of him was like Dream, the other side of him was like XQC, there was like Mizkif or whatever, and I sent him a text fucking immediately. And I was like, dude... delete that. There's a reason the replies under this is everyone screaming at you right now. Delete this so quick, please. And he was like, why? What's the issue? And I had to run down through the history of like every person in the image. And he was like, I had no idea. I seriously had no idea. Oh my God. Oh. So it was like, seriously, it was like one of those things where... oh God, it's like, that's what he does. He has foot and mouth syndrome. He's not actually problematic. He's just fucking oblivious because he is a very sweet boy who kind of keeps to himself and does his own thing, which I admire about him and I've always loved about him. And he has been getting like a lot more socially aware lately. He's been posting stuff on like Instagram, and talking about stuff on, like today on his stream, he was like saying fuck ice really loudly, right? He literally made like a Nuremberg reference, and I was like, that's my boy! That's my boy! Let's go! So, like, yeah, he's not actually... He's, like, problematic accidentally. That's, like, the joke in our friend group. Wardy, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, what a choice. He had no idea. He was like, I don't know who any of these dudes were. And I was like, dude... You gotta pay attention, like, a little bit to the industry that we exist in. So, yeah... Keeps to himself, also he knows everyone, but he doesn't know, like, anybody's past. And that's something, like, I've talked to him about, like, multiple times. It's not like he's beyond learning. Because, like, I'll be like, yo, dude, like, maybe don't associate with that person. And he'll be like, wait, tell me why. And I'll tell him, and he'll be like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I won't anymore. No, I thank you for the 200 stream streak. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry. People like you and love you, Nye. Whatever. Yeah, you're looking for cheese pizza good today as well. with everybody's toppings of choice. Yeah. I mean, that was less problematic, Wolverum, when, what was that, Vagina Gate happened on his stream or whatever. That was less problematic. That was more of he doesn't even look at his own screen. But it's all part of the same ADHD urge to not pay attention to your surroundings, for sure. So, growing and learning is awesome, truly. Clickgate. Is that what? Yeah, that's what it was called, right? I don't know. It's so funny. That was like such a huge event for him, and I'm so happy it went so well. I really wish that, like, you know, he streamed enough that, you know, all that support he was getting was sustained, because I love seeing my friends get more money and support and love. But, like, I only dropped by for, like, 2-3 of those streams. But I know that he had, like, a lot of, like, very fun moments that felt like, you know, 2025, but also sort of, like, nostalgic to the, like, appreciation to the community kind of vibes going on. It's something him and I talk about a lot. It's just, like, we wouldn't be here without our awesome communities. He doesn't say it as much as me because I'm a middle-aged sap, but, like, he does love the hell out of his community. So, he's been chasing out a bunch of the bad ones lately, which has been good. So his clickgate was funny though. Yeah. Absolutely unhinged human being though. I'm back with more good news. I had submitted paperwork for formal local training with a community organization to become a non-attorney representative for immigrants in court. Hell yeah, a lot of those rapid response networks are so awesome. Morgan's been getting involved with a bunch of our local ones as well. Specifically undocumented minors. I will start taking Spanish classes in March with immersive community contact, and I'm buzzing with excitement. I love that. That's awesome. What a great way to give back. Like I said, Morgan's been doing that with a bunch of our local communities as well, which has been awesome. I've been trying to find ways to help as well that kind of don't put me in the line of fire, since as someone who is not born here and these thugs look for any excuse to target people like me, I am trying to be safe about it. Most of my shit is I just donate to a lot of causes. Still low-key annoyed he even caught a temp ban for that, but the moment of realization on his face was so funny. It was because it was up way too long. It's one thing to have it, like, flashed on the screen and be like, oops, honest mistake, or educational purposes, like the caveat is in TOS. It really was, like, it was on screen way too fucking long. Can I exhibit simp behavior? I miss my girlfriend. She's sleeping. Oh, Hoodie, so cute. So cute. You're loud. You're loud. I'll say it. I forgot it was cold outside. My car is warming up. All right. All right. You got the heated seats and shit, too. My current car has heated seats, and it's such a game changer. Morgan's does, too. Ooh, here we go. I think I can get through the door now. Yo! We're beating this game tonight. Let's go! Hype it up, gamers! Yeah, I was looking around the room singing clit until he realized. Yeah, he does that with or without a Wikipedia clit on his screen, by the way. So, pretty normal behavior about him. So... like crystals and cool rocks? Me too. Yeah, he scrolled down to the image. Like I said, it was just up on stream a little bit too long. So, got a 2008 with nothing? Hey, mine's not too far off. I got a 2010. I like crystals and cool rocks. Wait, I just read that. Sorry, my brain is apparently in a loop. This looks cool, isn't it? Wait, let's explore, chat. 0 fall damage? Oh, invisible wall. I can't go down there. I was like, that'd be so sick if I get to clean the whole cavern. This is still pretty cool, though. Oh, my God. Dude, this game is the game that keeps on giving. It's the game that keeps on giving. Me on my throne of appropriated relics and artifacts. It feels like Atlantis. Yeah, so this is stuff from the first game that they continue the lore of in this game that is kind of Atlantis coded. It is, like, very Atlantis coded. So, yeah. Yeah, Wolverine, that's some good stuff. We love hearing all the local bands, the local organizations working against. It's good to see it. Right? Yeah. Ethan's done so many Lilo ads. Yeah, the sexual wellness thing. What? I mean, chat harasses me about commentary I make on stream, and I just tell you all the time, I'm all about safety. All about safety. So, it's a Mustang. Mustangs are cool, though. That's like one of my favorite cars. That's my favorite muscle car of all time. We were talking about this, if you ever make me a millionaire, I apologize, I will probably be buying, like a really nice Mustang, like a 60s Mustang. Just as a heads up. That's a part of my Y chromosome I can't destroy. I apologize. Welcome, everybody joining, by the way. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're beating Power Wash tonight. Very exciting. I know, huge gamer challenge. Very advanced, complicated gameplay. So, never apologize for that. Thank you for having taste, chat. This is a beautiful freaking car. I'd move out to Cali, most likely, so I could be near the work and be near my friends. I'd buy a beautiful 1969 convertible Mustang. And then I'd give the rest of my money to charity. The Lilo ads are so good. Dude, he deserved to be paid way more for those. That's all I'll say. I won't dox how much he got paid, but, like, he deserved to be paid way more. No one does that high quality of, like, sponsored ads. Most people just go, today's video is sponsored by, and then they have, like, a little breakdown in the middle of the video. Then it's not me throwing shade. That's all that's ever expected as deliverables from you as a YouTuber. When you get, like, copy to read, when you get, like, a sponsored gig. And that was not that different from what Ethan got for the Lilo stuff. And he was like, I'm going to make this a movie, though. I'm going to make this a movie in my YouTube video. And he did. And all of those were beautiful and awesome. And he deserved to be paid way more fucking money for that. That's all I'll say. Because he killed that. And it was so funny. Also, how do I get... Oh, I think I have to... Yeah, I'm going to get up here, maybe? No? Oh, I thought I could, like, sneaky parkour around the side of that. I'm going to get that stuff. I guess with the extendo. There we go. Where is the when chromosome? Oh, my God. What about the how chromosome while we're at it? The what chromosome? Joe Biden was right at least 3 genders. Yeah. So as far as he could count, though. Everyone asks why chromosome, but not how chromosome. How are you, chromosome? How are you? Yeah, I beat you to it. Sorry, streamer humor. Like I said, y'all are always like, Brian doesn't know elite ball knowledge. And I'm like, no, I'm old enough that I was there when elite ball knowledge was invented. I know ball. I'm a streamer. I gotta keep that humor on me. I saw that Powerwash Simulator was on sale on the Switch, and I want to know how well it runs. I don't know, actually. I've never played it on Switch. I've heard that it runs okay, but I don't really know what that means. I don't know if that's like a smooth 60 frames or what. But honestly, it's the type of game that it's so simplistic, it doesn't matter that much. Obviously, it should like run functionally, but yeah, I don't know what that means when people are like, yeah, it runs fine. You know? Girl balls, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, chat. I will never have incidents like Ethan has on his stream. You'll never see my girl balls. Although that's actually a lie. Wait, that's actually a fucking lie. No, if I can call myself out here momentarily, I did have the stream, my very first Cat Girl stream, where I flashed chat. While I was in full girl attire. Cat Girl, I stood on the chair, my hand got stuck under the edge of my skirt, flipped it up, everyone saw I was wearing girl underwear, and then I immediately turned bright red, and then was like, I have to take a second off stream because I'm so flustered, and I need to mentally recover from this, and then chat gave me like $200 of subs and said, oh, it's okay. None of us here will disrespect you for it. And I was like, oh, you shouldn't be giving me money. I just need a breather because I'm embarrassed that happened at all. So, yeah, take your meds, chat. Take your meds, your vitamins, your supplements. You're worth taking care of, okay? Yeah, IRL anime panty shot. Literally happened on stream. It did. So, yeah, Girballs. Yeah, there we go. Yep, Girballs. So, yeah, people did theoretically see my girl balls. But that VOD and that VOD was heavily edited before it went up on the YouTube VOD channel, and all the clips were deleted. So that will never exist on the internet again. So there you have it. There you have it. It was the OnlyFans preview, and then chat paid for it by being like, oh girl, it's okay. Will money make it better? And I was like, no, it doesn't really, but thank you. That's really nice. So that's some of my lore. That was me. Seriously, I would be embarrassed too, but also this community is so cool. We won't be dicks about it. Yeah, no one was a dick about it. Everyone was great. Minus, like, a couple random lurkers who I'm assuming were just randos. Because it was back when we had a lot more randos in streams who clip things. And I just deleted the clips, so it was fine. So, yeah, Girbeagly lost media. It was, yeah, it's lost media. It is. I still have the original VOD on my computer, though. Like, I have that VOD downloaded. If I ever want to go back and be like, damn, those panties were kind of cute, I can go do that, but no one else ever gets to see it. We got to get you a camera where we can see your full outfits without standing on your chair, or at least a stool to stand on. Standing on the chair is fine. The standing on the chair wasn't the issue. It was the fact that I wasn't paying attention, and my thumb got caught under the edge of my skirt, and it flipped it up. That was it. Well, the way we tell you it's fine is to throw money at you. I think that's so damn funny. This is why the name of the stream is what it is. You should not be prioritizing my feelings, my embarrassment. I signed up to be a clown on the internet a long time ago, you know? As a streamer. When I went, ooh, full-time job working for myself as clown on the internet? You should be getting yourself little treats and focusing on how to overthrow the government, okay? That's what you should be focused on, chat. Not giving a random streamer money. So, there you have it. Standing on the chair is not fine. It's fine. 4 million subs to release the unedited VOD. Honestly, at 4 million subs, I'd be able to retire, and I'd be like, yeah, final stream. We're going to show unedited VOD on stream, and then that will be my last stream, and you never see me online again. Someday you decide to release the director's cut of all of your edited VODs. Maybe not all of them. Reminds me of the pic of Youngblood that literally went to print with his dick out. Oh man, Bad Bunny had one of those as well. Fucking Mark had one of those years ago. Oh my god. I remember texting him and being like, yo, dude. Yeah. You know, we've all had an issue. It's not like we have like fucking PR managers. So it's not fine. It's fine. Standing on the chair is fine. This is a very sturdy chair. It's fine. My little treat tonight was Thin Mints. Good. Treat yourself. Eat those yummy Thin Mints. Okay? All right? Ethan had some goofy-ass moments during his subathon. Like, we've all had the moment. All right? You're online as long as us. Your brain's as rotted as me and my friends' brains are. We all have a moment, okay? So, yeah, exactly. Market and OnlyFans. I've never seen anything from it, but, like, I believe it was him expressing himself in a free and liberated fashion. So good for him. I do not have faith in the sturdiness of the chair. You should. I've never fallen off of it. It's never tipped over. It's never shaken. And you get to see me do cute skirt spinnies a lot of the time. Or be like, oh my god, that is a short skirt. You're right. You shouldn't stand in that. So, yeah. Need a poll if standing on the chair is fine or not fine. We've run it before and it's always been biased. And there's always been some level of state media interference. So, no, we're not running that. I've learned my lesson. It's not going to happen. Would it be bad to make fan art of you in the Maryland pose? No, it wouldn't be. I laugh about it now. Funky, you're good. Welcome, by the way. I appreciate that. Honestly, if people want to do me as fan service anime girl, I don't really care. I am fine with that. Thank you for asking. Very sweet, but I'm someone who laughs at a lot of my past incidents, right? I'm online. Like, my whole life is broadcast all the time. So it really is one of those things where, you know, like I said earlier in the stream, I can't control the narrative. I can't control what people think of me or what they believe about me or how they see me or what they, you know, do with my image. So I'm just here doing what I do. But y'all are so respectful. Y'all are so kind. It's not fine smile. It is. I would not stand on a chair. I'm, how you say, heavier than average. Jules, there's some good load-bearing furniture out there, but I understand. Balance is key, and I have pretty good balance. Welcome, by the way. What is it with people and their dicks popping out? That has been a mystery for as long as I've, you know, been alive. You know, it's really funny when Ethan did his OnlyFans for his documentary and one of his tiers was $100 for being credited as an executive producer or something. I did buy that tier, never saw the... You didn't see the documentary, though? Oh, no. I have to do this documentary. This is a good movie. I'm glad I got to go to that premiere as well. That was fun. It was a very, very fun little moment together. I'm sad because originally, his original videographer, Pete, had to step down because of, like, health issues. And he had done all of these behind the scenes. I wonder if it's like in a behind the scenes thing still. But we did a bunch of interviews. So like Pete interviewed Ethan's family members and his closest friends. So I got to be in an interview talking about him. And that was supposed to be in the documentary and like sort of like cut up and inserted into various parts of the doc. And then Pete had to step down, and they went in a different creative direction with the movie, and that never saw the light of day. But I had, you know, I had funny things. I was so funny, and I was so supportive at the same time, as is the case. My dick walked out on me and hasn't come back home since I was born. That is so rude. Tell us so old this time, honestly. Tell us old this time. So now I have a ton of Ethan's nudes really for nothing. I mean, is it for nothing? Is it for nothing? You supported independent art, right? You put it back into the independent art ecosystem. And that's really a beautiful thing to hear about. Keep supporting film. Keep supporting independent film and art. Dude, I like that I don't have to, like, wash all the way to the back of these. This is kind of cool. Almost 40% already on this one as well. This is great. We're doing it. We're beating this game tonight. They were well done photos. As much shit as I give Ethan about all of the tech issues that he has, because it's like at least one tech issue a stream, right? It's at least one tech issue a stream. As much shit as I give him about that, his photography skills are great. Like, really good. Like, very technically sound. Very pretty photos. They need to invent a body swapping device that works so I can just trade the whole thing with my friends whenever we want. Seriously, where... Again, make me a billionaire, chat. I'll fund that. I'll do the thing that we all joke about of like, oh, wouldn't it be great if, like, male to female trans, female to male trans, people could just swap stuff and it was safe and healthy to do? Like, anything from chromosomes to anatomy, you know? Wouldn't that be cool? I'll invent it. I'll fund it. That research is important. Gender-affirming care. I love lurking and hearing the most random things out of context. I provided context, though. Very talented photographer / videographer. Yeah. It's because he's, like, been studying the camera, the art of the camera, since before he ever left working at the barbecue place in Maine. He has always had, like, an interest in this stuff, which is cool. I love seeing people have, like, hey, yeah, it's good for his job, but it's also, like, a passion of his. It's neat. I want removable boobs because sometimes I'm okay with them and sometimes I'm not. Yeah! Of course. You're going to see Iron Lung on Sunday. Wardy, have fun. It's a great movie. Having a trans sister, we talked all the time. I bet, Leaf. Oh, my goodness. I can't. It's like, come on, Mom. You were so close to getting it right, but then you screwed it up in the womb. What the hell? Can you get a nice, realistic, Are these black market? Is this being sold illegally? Normally I don't hear about that kind of stuff except in like the black market organ trade. What are we talking about? Getting tax returns soon, so debating getting a new laptop or new camera. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all were arguing with me earlier. With me. Treat yourselves. Get yourself that fancy, nice, cool thing. Don't be thinking about a streamer. Come on. Iron Lung was atmospherically one of the best horror films I've seen in a long-ass time. Were there issues? Yeah. It's a first feature film, and it was ballsy, but it was on a submersible. I was on the submersible for weeks with that, man, and my nervous system believed it. Yeah, fair. That's how I look at it, too, right? It's, one of my friends wrote, like, a very level-headed review of the movie where he's like, this is a film that deserves 2 ratings. Because, like, one, on the objective, like, film side of things, yeah, of course there's, like, some criticism, some constructive criticism of things that could have been, like, a little bit better. But also, it needs to be noted the context of that movie. Independently funded, independently produced and created and edited and everything. It's a huge step for indie filmmaking success in theaters. It's a huge step for Mark's career as a first-time filmmaker. It's really cool. It's some neat stuff. Like, you got to look at it in context, absolutely. So, Iron Lung touched something in my soul, and I already watched it twice and designed a tattoo. That's sick. It's got very strong... the first thing I told Mark at the after party of the LA premiere was it has an incredibly strong visual identity. I was like, because he was like, what's your criticisms, Brian? And I was like, he was like, I'm really interested to hear what you thought of the movie. And I was like, I think it has one of the strongest visual identities in a film that I've seen in a very long time. So, yeah. Was Lurking fell asleep? Not your bad. That's your body needing to get a little bit of rest. It's all good, Sad Scholar. Kind of want to see it in, like, moving seat theater. Like the 4D theaters? That would be kind of wild. Be cool if they could rig it up that way. Put you in the Iron Lung. I want to see Iron Lung so bad. Hey, you're working on it, right? You're working on getting to a point where like you're comfortable doing those things. And here's the thing. I've brought this up like 3 times on stream now. And Mark has confirmed this multiple times. But he is working on trying to get like physical release of it. And he's trying to work on getting it on like a streaming platform. So those of you who can't go to the theater for whatever reason, you will have opportunities in the future. So, I feel so bad for everyone in that theater with me. I was whispering to myself, climbing all over my seat, fucking anxiety breathing to regulate the stress. Yeah, it really is. It's more psychological horror than it is, like, in-your-face horror. And that is one of my favorite genres. Lots of atmospheric stuff. So, what are we doing in chat right now? People talking about black market dongs that they're swinging like helicopters. Wow. I have like a really funny meme saved on my phone that's like almost broke up with my boyfriend because he won't let me swing it around like a helicopter. And it's like, it was like an "Am I the asshole" post, and I had to save it because it was just so funny. So, I think some of the dialogue was a little weak, maybe because of delivery, maybe because it was writing, but given the source material with no dialogue, I can excuse it. Absolutely. Exactly. They had to invent a whole script, and it's cool because Dave Szymanski, the creator, has talked about how, you know, that was such a challenge because, like you said, it's a dialogue-less game. You just pick up, like, notes and get, like, things off of monitors and stuff in the game that's, like, all very... very vague world building. It's meant to be confusing. It's meant to be vague and sort of empty and sparse so that your imagination can kind of run free with the bits and pieces and you make your own theory. And but he's confirmed, like, oh, you know, the movie is kind of an extension of the lore because he helped write that. He filled in a lot of the missing gaps, which is really neat. So Yeah, Groot, right? Yeah. You're like, oh shit, it's going down. Love that. Would love some merch from the movie. Hot Topic is now selling official merch. I know they got t-shirts. I don't know if they're going to be doing anything else. I got some official merch from the launch party, but you guys obviously don't get that. But I think I've showed that off on stream. Why did I think it was done in theaters? I can see it again. You can. You sure can. Regal and AMC are going to be licensing it probably longer than a lot of independent theaters are. But again, if you could, supporting those independent theaters, if it's a convenient enough thing to do, highly recommended still. But if you've already seen it in an independent theater, maybe it's worth going to see in like an AMC or Regal. They'll get like, two different production sort of perspectives of the movie, like two different like qualities of theater. Not saying indie theaters are lesser than. Actually, a lot of the times the indie theaters I go to are way better than the big chain ones, but I can imagine it being different than the Alamo Drafthouse that I saw it in originally in my local like indie theater. I'm going to a Palentine's Day thing tomorrow. I thought that said Palestine Day thing, and I was like, fuck yeah, free Palestine. And we're doing a Hear Me Out game. I don't know most of them, so do I go big and admit my newest Hear Me Out comes from Iron Lung? Do it. Go for it. Yeah, go big. Make an impression. Intimidate other people in the room. You know? So, yeah, it set the record for fake blood. Yeah, Hot Topic. Yeah, this was announced like a week ago, by the way, chat. Yeah, Hot Topic. So, yeah, they have a partnership with Cloak, so they had 2 Iron Lung designs right now. Thank you so much for filling us in on that, Slade. 2 shirts. So, I did an independent at an indie first. Now I can do Cinemark. Hell yeah, let's go. Support the movie industry, especially indie stuff. Heck yeah. So, yeah, no, Ephraim, I agree. I get it. It's like, M. Night is a bigger idea guy than he is an execution guy. I wish he would kind of just stick to writing scenarios and storyboards and then handing over the deep writing and the production and everything and direction to other people. But, no, I get that. Yeah, it's like, you had this very cool idea put to screen that is very different than, like, other stuff out there right now. So my local B&B actually did really well with the audio and stuff, so I was very happy. Awesome to hear. Yeah. But yeah. Regal makes my blood boil. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not here to like push in the direction of a certain theater over others or anything like that. So watch it however you feel like. But yeah. Didn't know they had Cloak. I think it's a temporary partnership. It's probably pretty new, if anything. It's not like Cloak and Hot Topic are exclusive partners or things that work together, brands that work together regularly. Neat Sauce, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Hoping for my theater back home to be showing it when I go home for spring break so I can make my boyfriend go watch it with me. Yeah, have fun if you go together. That's really fun. Truly. But yeah. Yeah, thank you also, chat, for keeping it spoiler-free in the chat. We have so many people who haven't seen it yet, and we obviously want them to have as good of a time as possible with as fresh of minds, open as minds as possible going in to see this cool thing. So, yeah. Magnets and merch. Yeah, it's so cool because, like, Mark has been doing a lot of interviews recently where he's been reacting to the financial success of the film. And one of the big things that he has been saying is he gives, his creative team a lot of creative freedom. So anyone who worked on like the practical effects or the SFX or sound design or whatever is allowed to like release whatever they want of the behind the scenes stuff, and like make merch of their own or whatever, and tell everyone they were a part of this project to hopefully get more people invested in their own independent work. Which is cool. And then also on top of it, with the financial success, he was like, I can't wait to give my crew a big bonus. And that's what you love to see, is a creator who goes, wait, I got to control all the finances of this because this was self-funded. Now we have this huge return on investment. Now I'm going to put it back into the talented, incredible people who helped me make this a reality. So very cool stuff. But yeah, I'm glad people are enjoying it. I really am. Haven't seen it. I'll have to wait for the digital release since I have no one to go with. And girl, I'm not going anywhere alone right now. That's so fair. I hope that you're able to find a good group to go with or a good pal to go with. Because it is worth going to. And especially, like, you know, even with just one other person there to talk to about it afterwards, it's so awesome. Used to be a nice theater around here. Very fancy, but affordable. All that stuff that Regal got their hands on. I know. It sucks, right? Like, the big chain buyouts. Yeah, I feel ya on that. So, Mark's an amazing person. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Mark he did a really cool thing. He's doing right by the crew, which is really great. So, very, very happy to see. Hopefully the beginning of, like, a new branch of his career. Something that he, you know, really enjoys doing, really got a feel for in every capacity. Actually, like, the benefit of him doing this all himself is now when, you know, the next project happens, if he does decide to continue to make films, he'll be so familiar with, like, every aspect of that process. I think it will make it easier for him to delegate work and make sure that the teams that need a little bit of extra support within that process, within the production, get that extra support and such. It's a really cool thing. I'll be waiting for the Girbeagly movie next. You know what's funny is I've written a number of screenplays in my life. And I've told this story a million times, not the humble brag, but Stan Lee himself got to see a bunch of my screenplays, and he really liked a lot of what I was working with, and then I got too intimidated and my imposter syndrome kicked in, and I never reworked them to resubmit to him. Yo, what's up, Mins? We were talking a little bit of spoiler-free Ron Long. Ronald himself. Levy, hello, hi, welcome. Well, wait, huh? Yeah, so one of my best friends from college works in Hollywood. And one of her first jobs that she got, so this was like 10 years ago. This was not recent. That obviously Stan Lee's been dead for a while as well, but he was her boss, and he used to have her do assistant work. And you might be like thinking like, oh, like running coffees and scheduling meetings. No, she was like his like direct like right hand assistant, constantly helping him proof screenplays that were going to whatever the studio he made after he left Marvel, Bang Pow Studio or whatever, Pow Zoom Studio, I don't remember the name of it. But he had a studio of his own after Marvel. And so one of my best friends from college who worked in film got a job working for him. And she used to help him approve screenplays. And me and my best friend at the time, well, I don't know why I said best friend at the time. Me and my best friend, at that time, we were writing screenplays. And so I was, we were catching up. Me and my friend from college were catching up. I was asking her how her job was. And she was like, oh my God, this month has been exhausting. We've been trying to, option a bunch of screenplays and edit a bunch of screenplays and find funding for stuff and whatever, and I'm exhausted. I'm so fucking tired of doing all this stuff. Also, Ephraim, take care, get some good sleep. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you. Also, Mins, yeah, we were talking about captioning devices the other stream. I'm glad people have those options. It's great. Glad that you got to see it again. And it was a slightly better experience with the good sensory. Or the good accessibility. But yeah, so I was talking to my friend about her job, and she was telling me about all the screenplays, and I kind of jokingly, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm a bit of a screenplay writer myself. And she was like, wait, Brian, what? She was like, I know that you were doing writing when we were in school, but I had no idea that you were working on screenplays. What do you got for me? And I was like, what do you mean, what do I got for you? And she was like, no, I'll pass these on to Stan's desk. See what he thinks, if he has any hot tips for you. And I was like, no, you don't have to do that. I was back in my phase before I had my therapist where, I wasn't allowed to say you don't have to do that. Matrix, welcome to the stream, by the way. So I was like, no, please don't do that. Oh my God, I'd be so embarrassed. Like that feels like me using you. She was like, no, I love you. I want to pass on a favor for you because I know this would be really cool for your writing. Amy, welcome to the stream. And so me and my friend had written like 2 screenplays at the time. And I won't tell you what they're about because they're sitting on a hard drive, and who knows if I want to ever rework them and see if I can, now that I know a much larger number of people who work in Hollywood, if it's something that I could sell. But we gave him a couple screenplays, and he marked them all up with a bunch. Well, first my friend marked them up with a bunch of ink. She said, redo these before I give these to Stan. This could use like more motivation here. This could use like, you know, slightly more coherent, whatever. So me and my friend fixed them up, sent them back to her. And after like a week went by, I was like, oh, fuck. He didn't care. He hated them. Right? Anime Fangirl, welcome to the stream. I didn't hear anything back for a week. I was like, ah, God. She tried, I bet. I bet she tried, but I bet like Stan fucking hated them. Then I got an email, and it was my friend, and she was like, hey, so Stan had these notes for you. He loves the idea of this one script, by the way. This one screenplay fucking rules. And I was over the moon, very giddy. I have, you know, like his handwriting on a screenplay, marking up the hell out of one of the screenplays I wrote in his handwriting in like red pen. And that is one of my most prized possessions. But then I got cold feet, and that's on me, and that's partially why I'm in therapy, is the number of times I've had really cool, humongous opportunities that I just didn't follow up on because my imposter syndrome has been so bad throughout my life that I went, okay, Stan Lee saw this, but even if I edit this and do the things that he suggested, it will never get made because I suck as a human being. And that was literally what my brain told me at the time. And I tucked it away into a bin, and I never, ever worked on it again. So, yeah, W friend. Yep. So, that was me and my very brief interaction with Stan Lee. But pretty cool, right? Yeah, now it's time to produce it. Well, yeah. I'll see if Mark needs some writers, right? Because I got a couple cool ideas. But the way that I'm kind of like channeling some of it is I'm legitimately working on 2 books right now. I started writing 2 books. I have a bunch of ideas. One is going to be a little bit more personal and a little bit more like symbolic of my thoughts on like my life and certain experiences I've had. But it's going to be in the horror genre. And then I have a collection of short stories that is also in the horror genre I'm working on. So. Brain stinky so loud. I know. What if you dug it back out? I know exactly where it's at. I know exactly where the screenplay's at. 2020 success. You got this. I hope. We'll see. I got to find a way to, like, make my mark a little bit this year. After spending 2025 basically not working and just getting my first Twitch paycheck of the year. Or I guess second paycheck of the year, but first 2026 paycheck of the year. I was like, ooh, wow, yeah, I needed to grieve. I needed to process. I'm not beating myself up about that. But my God, taking as much time as I did off last year really financially hamstringed me in a lot of ways. So I gotta be around more, I gotta stream longer, I gotta make more YouTube videos, I gotta start working on some of these bigger ideas I have, because otherwise, your girl doesn't know if full-time content creation, you know, can always be a thing for me, unless I start making a little bit of changes. And obviously, I'm doing better this year already. I got a lot of good motion. I got some good momentum coming back to me, because I'm like, not stuck in the same level of grief I was when I was actively grieving someone I was watching get sicker and sicker over time. But it is one of those things where I know it's going to take some time. I'm giving myself grace. I'm giving myself, the ability to mourn and be patient with myself. But also, it's like, man, there's a fire lit under my butt right now. So, every day I look at the files from my book series and I sigh wistfully. Yeah, we got to get it going. Yeah, write a mouthwashing script. Like, honestly, like, maybe I should stop saying that out loud, right? Like, I bet I could do a really good script treatment of mouthwashing as someone who really got into the very deep, heavy themes of that game. And who, that game, like, I don't know, that game affected me quite a bit. I bet I could do, like, a pretty good little treatment of that. Would love to publish poetry maybe someday. Heck yeah, that's a good goal. Also, like, an easy way to get into that is there's, like, community writing publications a lot of the time. Like, look into your local community. Or, independent online publications. Like, zines, like we were talking about last stream. There's a lot of zines out there that just are open submission that you could always get published that way and start learning that process until you get, like, so confident that you're, like, publishing your own stuff or working with a professional publisher, Heck yeah, I love hearing all these ideas. Let's get it going. I love that. Like, seriously. I love seeing all the creative stuff people are into. 2026, after having a whole year of our brains and our hearts bashed by this awful dog shit, god-awful administration, we got to take our autonomy back. We got to take our power back. We got to start doing things for us again. We got to start rediscovering the whimsy, the creativity. Get creative. Get passionate about the stuff that you've wanted to do. And don't let anybody tell you can't fucking do it. So, I will never not take the opportunity to say mouthwashing was my game of the year. It was so unbelievable. Literally one of the best games I've ever played. That is not an exaggeration. I love that game. Story-wise, narratively, like, one of the cleanest, like, strongest games I've ever played. Looking into poetry contests, there we go. Yeah, I fear my poetry sucks. Only way to find out is by starting to put it out there. And it doesn't necessarily mean it sucks. It probably does not. The fact that you care about it at all means you probably put more effort into it than people who just have the Dunning-Kruger effect telling them in their brain that they're good at something that they know nothing about. Jacob, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I always forget I'm technically published in an online magazine. Cool. That is awesome. That counts. I'm also published, but for, like, goofy-ass, like, psychology papers. So. That no one here will ever read. But, yeah, it's one of those things. A lot of people, they look at people who've been doing shit for a long time, and they go, how do I get there? And they don't realize all the steps in between that they have to take. Like, you're not going to get a book published by, like, Penguin Publishing right away. Like, immediately. You're not just going to find, like, a publisher who's like, yeah, we'll fund this shit for you and do all your marketing and whatever, right? It is one of those things, like, finding local community, like a writing group, finding, like, local publications. Those types of things can give you a lot of useful experience in that world while you're still, like, getting, like, the stability beneath you and figuring out even what your writing style is or what type of stuff you even want to publish. So, there's always someone that will like your writing. Absolutely, I love the way that rolls off the tongue, honestly. But yeah. Yeah, MSW in progress. You'll have some published shit out there. No one will ever read that stuff by me because a lot of it was lab stuff, and it reminds me of having to, unfortunately, like, drug and poison rats, and it just makes me fucking sad. That was one of my degree requirements at the time. I understand the importance of it, I guess, but it bums me out I'd even had that happen. I want to win $200 million in a lottery and start my own publishing company. There we go. Hell yeah. Nerdy psych writing is my bread and butter. Yeah, I still, God, I remember like formatting and everything for it. It's wild, right? It sticks in your brain forever. Been taking a page from your book and showing people my miniature projects more often lately, and surprise, it's going well. People don't hate when I show them cool things, and they are cool things. It's too easy to forget that. Absolutely, you like made that. That's so cool. Other people are either gonna be impressed, or if they aren't, they're not gonna be like, this is dog shit. They're most likely gonna like just ignore you or not say anything at all if they're not interested. And it might not even be like they think you're dog shit. They might just be like, I don't give a shit about miniatures at all. Because we all have different tastes, we all have different like hobbies and interests, right? And then it's like, oh, I don't even take that personally. It's like, you might be kind of happy that I do this creative thing for myself. You're just not super enthusiastic about this particular hobby or industry that I'm like excited about, and that's okay, right? But a majority of the time, 99.9% of the time, people aren't gonna badmouth you. They're just gonna be like, oh, cool, dude, and that's it. But if you're only seeking unanimous praise and worship, then that is a mentality that everyone has to get over as a creative person. That's never going to happen unanimously. And also, if that's what you're looking for a cult. You're not looking for actual supporters. You're being unrealistic and childish. That's how creativity subjectively works. So, yeah, do it for you and your circle of freaks. No one else's opinion matters if they don't like you anyway. Exactly. Yep. Studying some of the stuff done to rats was hard enough. I don't know if I could handle that. Yeah, it fucking sucked. The only reason I even like went through it, I was young. I was in a field that I thought I was going to be in for life, and I was convinced that it was important. Otherwise, I wouldn't get my degree. And also, I was struggling with a lot of mental health things at the time. So it was a combination of just the perfect storm of bad shit going on. So yeah, that's that on that from my time doing lab work. I fucking hated that aspect of it. Again, I'll acknowledge the importance of it in advancing like medical research, but I don't want to do it ever again, you know? Yeah, APA citations. I want to open a 24-hour coffee shop with very chill vibes. Let's go. Can always use more of those. I dig. With the aesthetic picked out already is elite, by the way. I know there are people out there that would hate my books, but it's not for them. It's for my girls, gays, and days, actually. Fuck yeah. That's the other thing, too, is like, who are you making this for? Who are you making it for? At the end of the day, priority number one is you're making it for you. And if you can't get over the complex of maybe you won't be famous, maybe you won't be financially successful for that, then your love isn't in the game at all. Your love is in money making. Go get a fucking office job if that's the case. Because you'll get a middle manager who goes, hey, great numbers this week. And you'll get money for working that job. But if you're doing it because of the creative love of something, who knows where that goes? There's no guarantees in this world. There was no guarantee, to use the recent example from chat here, that anyone, and like I said, at the LA premiere, Amy and Mark were like, yeah, we're not sure what theaters are even going to pick this up. We have no theaters besides like a couple local LA ones that have already like preemptively said they're going to show Iron Lung. We have no idea. You have no idea if your shit's going to be a success. So you might as well just try. You might as well have fun making the thing. Might as well put some genuine energy into it. Like stuff, like a part of who you are in that shit, you know? Do it for you. Do it because someone out there probably said to you at some point, you can't do that. Or why are you even doing that? Do it for that. Do it for you. To prove that person wrong, but more because like you wanted to do it and you overcame any moments of doubt. Yeah, maybe you do write a book. Fuck yeah. There we go. Are my chats sending? I've seen a few of them. Yeah, mobile will do that, but Twitch chat just does that sometimes. The theaters around here. Also, you got to keep in mind, there's more of you than there is of me, so if I'm missing messages, that's not a personal slight. It's like, I only have one mouth, and I must scream. The theaters around here have so many showings for like a whole second week or more, when they only had a week set up for... Yeah! Momentum picks up in places you like can't expect sometimes. Funny, because the only reason I don't share my writing is only because I'm worried about getting famous. Like, I just want to vibe and have some people find themselves in my stories. You can't. I'll let you know, as someone who started doing YouTube as a hobby, you can't predict any of that shit. It's like I was doing this shit as a hobby, and then a big YouTuber shouted me out, and all of a sudden I went from having like 200 subs on YouTube to suddenly having like 20K or some fucking shit, and I was like, oh great, what do I do? Holy crap, I've never had this many eyes on me. And that's the other thing too. I mean, that's you figure out like where your comfort with that shit is, but a lot of the times you don't get to pick that. You don't. And I know you didn't mean that like in an arrogant way, because that's the other thing is like, that's the Dunning-Kruger people I talk about, where they're like, oh, I'm destined to be famous. Are you? You're probably not as good as you think you are. If you're not like a little self-critical, and I'm not saying like rip apart your shit, but like if you don't have like a little bit of self-awareness when you make any kind of art, there is a very good chance that your art kind of isn't like as revolutionary or interesting as you think it is. Fame is never guaranteed, but and both ways, right? It's like, oh, I don't know what I do, like dealing with all the eyes on me. You don't know if you're gonna have eyes on you at all. You could be tweeting into the void, dude, to 0 people. Or, yeah, you might be like, I have no idea what's gonna happen with this thing. It's out in the wild. It's on AO3, and all of a sudden I have 20,000 fucking readers a month. I don't know, dude. It is what it is. Like, you can't predict it. You can't control that shit. And that's really what my career was like, yeah, I'm just going to do this for fun. And if you know, I get like 100 subscribers and we can raise like $30 this month for charity, like once a year, that's so fucking awesome. Yeah, I made a difference in the world. I did something that I had fun doing, that I had an interest in doing. I leveraged my community to like make this positive impact. Yeah, well, look at me now. A jaded, miserable, middle-aged streamer who streams Power Wash Simulator for you almost every night for peanuts. No. It's like, you don't know, dude. I don't know. It all comes in waves. So, can't wait for Brian to get famous on AO3. I do still owe chat the AO3 stream. Whenever that happens, I hope that's really funny. That would be funny if any of the joke fanfic that I'm going to be writing does end up taking off. Because it is going to be the most atrociously written, goofy-ass stuff in the whole world. Truly. Wardy, good luck with the chores. Take care. Yeah, gets loved on by their chat. Truly, though. Truly, truly. It is always really, really kind when people decide to stop by and hang out and have fun. The culture of the community, I think, is the legacy I leave, right? Like, if I were to... Heaven forbid this happens, but, like, if I were to disappear tomorrow, right? I'd hope people understand the kind of person I was, and I hope that they kind of move forward in their life, embodying a lot of the principles and things that I talk about regularly and want for the world and want for you, the viewer, right? That's a big thing for me, is like I'm emboldened, I am bolstered by this community. Y'all got me out of like saying, hey, you shouldn't have done that, right? Y'all helped me get out of deflecting every compliment I get. Y'all have done a great service to me, human being to human being, of helping me reconnect with being a human, like being a person, like knowing that I have just as much right as anyone else to experience success and happiness and joy and peace. Y'all have done that for me, and I hope that you would pass that kind of kindness forward to other people as you navigate life, you know? I don't trust people who aren't constantly editing their stuff. On the 3rd edit of one of my novels, dude, it's wild with self-publishing, and this is not me talking shit about self-publishing, but like it is kind of wild when you can tell someone did not have an editor. When they're like, hey, check out my first fantasy novel. By the way, this is clearly like a ripoff of like a problematic fantasy author who writes about magical schools, but I just made fan fiction basically, and I didn't edit shit. Like, it's very obvious when that happens these days. What if you dedicated dedicated the fix to Cranky Gore? Yeah, to Cranky Gore? Yeah, I should put a little bit of a disclaimer in front. Hi, Morgan is home, by the way, now. So no one worry. Mom 2 is safe. We're good. Yeah, maybe I start off every fic with in dedication to Cranky Board 2988. Excited for when you start creating music? Oh, me too. You have no idea. I've been writing down a lot of song ideas, and I just have... Morgan used to tell me this all the time, that... Because she wanted to do musical covers for a while, like when we were way younger. And I was like, oh, babe, like, instead of just covers, you should make your own music. And she's like, I do not have whatever is in your brain where you are able to just make a melody at any given point. The drop of a hat, you make a melody, you make a harmony, you make like an entire orchestral score to it. She's like, I don't know how you do that. Because like I just walk around with unmitigated ADHD and sing songs all day long and just like make up like tunes in the shower on a whim. And she's always like, I'm always so impressed by that. So I can't wait until I have the money to buy FL Studio again, because I will be just cooking. And I told her, literally 2 nights ago, I was like, I want to prep you for this, because obviously I haven't made any new music since her and I first started dating back in 2008. It has been almost 2 decades, because I sold all my music shit. I literally, had to have money for like rent and bills. Sold all my music shit, did not have time while I was working like my grueling 9-to-5 jobs to make music. I didn't lose the passion for making music. I just like straight up did not have the ability to prioritize doing it anymore, and it's always bummed me out. But I told her, I was like, hey, so remember how when we first started dating, sometimes I'd like sit up until like 4 in the morning just working on songs, like just putting together music in like FL Studio. She was like, yep, I remember those days, and I don't miss them. And I was like, well, if I do get FL Studio again, I will be cooking. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to be like up until like 5 in the morning working on music. And she's like, okay, I'll prep. I'll be ready for it. But that is just like the type of person I am, where if I have like a song idea in my brain, I have to get it out before it disappears. So I'll probably have some late nights producing, if I'm going to be honest. The problem is I have a background in like making so many different music genres. I don't know what I want to make. Probably will experiment in the beginning and make like a little bit of everything, which is why I said I would make some original songs, original music as like stream alerts and stuff, which will be really funny, I think. But yeah, music production streams could happen once I sort of get my balance back with it all. Probably not right in the beginning, as I'm like trying to navigate the changes in musical production technology from over the past like 20 years. But absolutely would love to stream my production process at some point. But it's like, I listen to everything, dude. I listen to pop music. I listen to fucking like dubstep. I listen to lo-fi. I listen to R&B. I listen to everything. So I'm not really sure what to make. So I think I would probably like make a couple funny emo songs. I'd probably make a couple funny like dubstep songs. Probably make some lo-fi jams. Like I was like thinking about like doing like a joke producer tag where like I would like for a sub alert, it'd be like a dubstep like drop or like lead up to a drop, and then like the producer tag would be like, yo, fuck Girbeagly. And then like, cause I'm a voice actor, I'll make it work. I'll make it sound like an actual like one of those like street tag like producer tags, and then have like a drop happen afterwards. It's like, you've been sub for 12 months, you know, like just something funny. I think that'd be cool. That'd be really fun. Dubstep, my beloved. I've been getting into, so I was away from dubstep for a long time, and then last year Skrillex dropped like shadow dropped an album called Fuck You Skrillex, You Think You're Andy Warhol But You're Not, which was one of my favorite albums of the year. Actually, it's just a really funny album, honestly, and it's surprisingly like emotional and sentimental at times. But I got into listening to like Skrillex again, and then I was like, oh my god, I missed like a lot of like dubstep, like what's big on the scene right now. So I recently was getting into Yellow Claw. I started listening to, I don't know how to say the dude's name. His producer tag is TRXGGX. I think it's Trigga, but with the X's there, it could be Trago. I have no idea what he calls himself. I should probably look up like an interview. I was listening to some of his stuff. Kai Waichi I got into a little bit recently. Makes some really cool shit. And like the production value of like dubstep is like way higher than back in like 2016. It is like Porter Robinson's old stuff will always have a special place in my heart, although I like his new stuff more. But like, you know, Spitfire is never gonna hold up to like the stuff being produced now. Nolan, hello, hi. Yeah, give me emo music. Yeah, I mean, I was literally in like 3, 4, or 5 emo bands back in the day. And side projects and shit. Yeah, Travago. One of my favorite producer/artist tags is this shit fucking sucks. Oh my god, so I've been watching a lot of Bishu recently. We got a couple Bishu tracks on the royalty-free playlist on this channel. But Bishu is a streamer as well, and he does these like beat challenges. He does these like drop challenges on his stream, where like other producers and DJs drop by and they like have X amount of time and a theme to make a song, like a 30-second to like 1 minute song with. And it's really interesting to watch from a production standpoint because, God, that's fast. And also some of these dudes are very talented. Yeah, a lot of people will like put in joke tags before their songs where they'll be like, yo, fuck you, Bishu. Bishu sucks. Like, and it's so funny. And I've heard that tag actually before, though. Like, this shit fucking sucks. Or this shit sucks ass. Like before. But that was the thing I really liked a lot about Skrillex's Fuck You Skrillex album. Is that was the whole joke. Was so someone graffitied one of his production studios with Fuck You Skrillex. You think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. And so they took a screenshot of it, and they put that as the album cover, like the graffiti, and it's really funny. But, like, 99% of the tags that DJ Smokey put in there are like, just making fun of Sonny Moore. Or they'll be like, Skrillex is dead. This is Sonny Moore. Or like, fuck you, Skrillex. I heard that this snare beat took 6 years to make. And it's just like, I want to do joke producer tags like that. I want to do that. So you might hear like a big variety of stuff before I settle in. I don't even know what I want like my name to be when I start making music. That's the first thing I gotta figure out. I almost thought about like a really funny one because it is a if you take Girbeagly and you anagram it, I don't know what you do with the Y. But you can switch around the letters and make it say "Be a Girl," which would be like a really funny producer name. The extent of my music production knowledge is that scuffed EDOT of Jordan yelling. Guys, when you make these references, I apologize. I don't watch Jordan streams. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. But good for him, or sorry, whichever one fits this scenario. That does sound so fun. God, it's so fun. It's such a fun album. Go check out Fuck You, Skrillex. You think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. Speaking of music, AJR just dropped a song from their Lives album early. Wraith, welcome on in. I listened to AJR for a little while, and then, no offense to fans who are AJR fans, but some of it did start sounding a little bit royalty-free corporate music for me. Maybe I'll check out some of their new stuff if they're cooking again. Are Unks good? The Unks have aura again? Yeah, Be a Girly would actually be a fun producer name. It'd be fun. I started getting really into Nina Geraci recently, and who just put out, I think like today, I was listening to like a new track that she just dropped with Frost Children, or Frost Child, whatever their name is. Again, just recently getting back into like heavy EDM. But Nina Geraci's been really good. People were recommending Nina for like years to me, which is awesome. And then Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. Allison is like probably my favorite artist that I discovered late last year, early this year. Super good shit. Been listening to a lot of Fred again. I like most of his stuff, you know, for a dude who is literally a British aristocrat, like part of the like aristocracy. Like he's literally a royal. His music slaps pretty hard. Some good festival bangers in there. I was watching Sammy's VOD yesterday. No joke, you joined the second I left for work. Hashtag just say you hate me. Wait. It's fun seeing you in the Samly buzz. I've been a part of the Samly for ages. Sammy's like one of my goats, honestly. Sammy has the best laugh on all of Twitch. I love watching her play everything from simulator games to horror games. Sammy's great. Perfect energy. Also, wait, who was it who said that Chris was talking about me on stream when I wasn't there? Saying that I'm cool? When did this happen? I'm, like, so lost. He's an aristocat. Yeah, he said he's one of the cats. But they cut his part because it was too problematic. They did keep in the Siamese cat part, though, unfortunately. No, it's... Yeah, he's part of the aristocracy, which is kind of wild. Fred again is. It's kind of wild. But he makes some bangers, dude. He makes some... USB, his most recent album that he partially produced live on Twitch, has a couple of standout tracks. It's not as strong as his... what is it called? Real life? Actual life series that he does. I love the Actual Life series that he started during COVID. But it's still really good. He has a song called Beethoven's Horns, which is like one of my favorite like Spanish songs I've heard in a long time. Absolute banger. The MILF Enterprise. We gotta start, guys. I'm adding more value to MILF stocks this year. I started exercising again regularly, which is partially to blame for the more positive attitude lately. But yeah, dude, MILF Enterprise, like, absolutely starting MILF Enterprises up. That's gonna be my publishing label, my distribution label for my music. Yeah. Muscle Mommy MILF era 2026. I'm doing a Tifa cosplay this year at some point. I'm gonna get hot, dude. It's gonna be great. Yo, what's up, Brookie? Welcome. Yeah, the Siamese cat part and Aristocat. Yeah, it haunts me. It makes me cringe. I'm not even offended by it in the sense of, like, what's there to be offended by? It's like a bunch of fucking drugged out people made that movie in the fucking past decades, right? Cultural sensitivity didn't exist in that era. 98%. Wait, something just opened. Ooh, special portal. We're winning this. We're beating this tonight, fellers. But that said, God, it makes me cringe into my own asshole every time I see that scene. Yeah, MILF stonks going up this year. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm determined to win in every way, shape, and form this year. It is impossible for me to take an L this year. I'm telling you. This is cool. Huge crystal? Dude. Dude. Thought the Siamese cat scene was in Lady and the Tramp. There is one in Aristocats. The everybody wants to be a cat part. Go back, watch it, cringe into your butthole. Lady and the Tramp also, though, yeah. Some parts that have definitely aged poorly. There is, unfortunately, yeah, more than one Siamese cat in Disney canon. Yep. So there you have it. So, yeah, it's, It has some really ugly shit that has aged like poopy. That has aged like milk in the sun next to a manosphere podcaster. Yeah, oh right, I remember. Uh-huh. Morgan and I were watching it the other day. Just, we were on one of those, like, random digital cable channels that just plays movies nonstop. And I was like, ooh, because it's, like, on, like, a kid's channel, I wonder if they're gonna edit this part out. And, then, yeah, it's just not great. Yeah, Ace, as an Asian person, again, not offended by it, but also prefer not to just have it written out in chat. Like, Not my favorite thing to read in the chat. I'm aware. I'm hyper aware as an Asian person who engages with media where Hollywood has done me wrong over the years. I can quote, unfortunately, I can quote most of Ken Jeong's dialogue from The Hangover because I fucking hated when those movies were popular because people were such insensitive fucking pricks. And that poor fucking man, dude. That poor fucking dude. But look at him now. He's regaining so much sense of self. He's regaining so much, like, dignity again. I'm so proud of him for pushing through his, like, rough parts in his career and being able to, like, be a little bit more of himself and celebrate his Korean American heritage and shit. So, I've been watching live Pokemon on Pluto. Yeah, that's the move. Yeah, he did great in K-pop Demon Hunters. You know, that's our Bobby. That's our Bobby. Like, what a moment of pride. Like, part of the reason, it's like, yeah, I would get to work with, like, an amazing team of writers and everything and actors if I got to be part of the extended K-pop Demon Hunters universe that they're trying to make, right? Like, that's part of it is like, yeah, cool, I get to be a part of this really neat thing. But the Korean heritage part for me is really important. Like, it's really cool. Again, as we saw with, like, Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, which, again, Morgan and I knew it was gonna be goated because we've been Bad Bunny fans for ages, and we were like, oh, just wait till normies hear this music. They're gonna actually think it rocks. Beautiful celebration. Dude, we might have just beaten the game. Beautiful celebration of culture. That was K-pop Demon Hunters to me. That movie really, like, I was like, wait, this isn't just celebrating being Korean. It's celebrating being specifically Korean American. The reason Zoe is my favorite character is, yeah, transition goals, but also I see so much of myself in her. I also, you know, as someone who is ADHD, was told I wasn't enough and too much at the same time, all the time. I love her idea of, like, I feel trapped between two different worlds. Like, there was so much going on, like, in my life growing up where I was being pulled in multiple directions with my identity, where I obviously visibly could not fit in with the white kids. Never wanted to either. I see that take every now and then from people who are from, you know, POC backgrounds. And you're allowed to internalize, like, your own identity however you want. But I've never once been like, I wanted to sit at the popular kids table or I wanted to be a white kid. I want to see more people who look like me. That wasn't around a lot when I was growing up. We had fucking representation like the Aristocats, where people would come up and sing the fucking, like, playing the piano with their chopsticks song at me or whatever, right? I didn't get to see a lot of people who looked like me who weren't comic relief or insensitive racial stereotypes. Seeing K-pop Demon Hunters address something like cultural identity of, like, hey, you're never going to fit in with the white kids, but you're also maybe never going to fit in with the Korean kids either, because you didn't grow up speaking the language. You didn't grow up doing, you know, traditional Korean things very often. Like, you might have a little bit of an education or background or, you know, groups of friends in your social circles who have welcomed you with open arms about being Korean, but there's always going to be a barrier there about how much you really feel like you belong as diaspora. So to have that be a theme that was heavily addressed through Zoe's character made her my favorite so much. And I know that they did it even more with Rumi's character of, like, you know, her heritage and everything as well. But, like, Zoe, especially being grounded in the reality of, like, oh, she grew up in Burbank, California, and now she's, like, in this, like, world that is normally a strictly, like, Korean creative industry. I don't know. It's been great. Like, yeah, I don't want to... Yeah, exactly, Zane. I never wanted to be white. Like, you can always tell a difference, like, with streamers, for instance. I've made this social commentary a number of times. You have the streamers, and normally, you know, they're from a white background. You got the streamers who are like, I was a nerd in high school, but I always wanted to be a popular kid. I wanted to sit at the popular kids' table. Me, I never had the opportunity to do that. I never really wanted to. I just wanted to be treated, like, have people leave me alone and not pick on me. I didn't want people to bully me. I wanted to be allowed to just exist. But with the time I had, I wanted to make my own friend group. I wanted to make my own footprint on the world that was so separate from the weird normie culture, fucking decency politics, like whitewashed, sterile environment that everyone was vying to be a part of. I never wanted to be a part of that. I wanted more representation of people who looked like me. I wanted to make my own lunch table with cool people I thought were cool, not suck up to a bunch of trust fund kids or the jocks or whoever the hell I didn't really fit in with. I wanted to find the other creative people, you know? That was my goal when I was younger. So, again, that movie, like, was really special to me. Coming quickly out of Lurk to just send love and how much representation matters and so much self-love and respect. Thank you, Paul and Peyton. Hope you're enjoying your Lurk. Yeah, the color is pretty in this room. Yeah, I got to see if we beat this, by the way. Mount Rush List just got washed. Wishy, I had no idea how, but you've done it again. Now get yourself outside quick as you can. The fireworks are starting. Okay. We might have won! Is this an ending cutscene? My kitties! Oh, little kitties. Little kitty babies. That looks like an Elsa if she was a different color. Oh. Wow, we did it. Wait, do we get to go? Oh my god, if we get to wash the moon. Chat. If I get to wash the moon, I'm gonna freak out right now. I'm gonna be so happy. Anyway, thanks for listening to my representation is important rant. Don't do it! You have so much to live for! You have cats. Oh, the little nuzzle. Dude, Elsa's been so cuddly and nuzzly lately. When I get done with stream, she's sitting there waiting for me patiently, and she'll run up and just nuzzle the crap out of my shins or my hand or start, like, smooching me or whatever. Like, she's so cute. Wow, look at all these people. Wow, the reviews are in. I'm the best power washer in the world. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's going to show all of my time lapses. Oh my god, we got some music? We got some tunes? What is this? 4th, 5th game of the year beaten, by the way? 2026? I'm a gamer. What can I say? I'm a gamer. Need lore videos of Power Wash Sim? Oh my god, there's so much lore in this series. Like, unironically, a huge amount of lore. So, okay, you see the difference between when I first started washing, pissing you off, doing my erratic ADHD washing, and then compare it to, like, the more methodical way that y'all bullied me into doing. That's a lot faster. Yeah, we defeated John Power Wash. I don't think I've ever actually seen someone beat Power Wash. Dude, it's because they're weaker than me. Welcome, Ethan. We were saying nothing but beautiful things about you earlier, by the way. No cap. Look at that! Oh my god, look how much faster I was when I started actually listening to chat. Chat, you're right in the same way that a broken clock is right twice a day. Dude, this music, though? I'm aware? Good. We talked so much shit. We did talk some shit, but it was more, it was less shit, and it was more like, remember when Ethan put a clit on his stream? Remember when Ethan took funny pictures with problematic creators? I've been lurking for almost 2 hours? And you didn't gift like 500 subs? That's kind of problematic. I'm a minority. Can you imagine? Every time I see my white friends, I'm like, by the way, I'm at a disadvantage compared to you. You owe me money. Amazing. Chat just goes to show you never know who's watching your streams. Your breakout moment could be at any time. You could have freaking, you know, your favorite streamer watching you at any moment. I do the same to my straight friends. We are owed reparations. Guys, Shroud could be watching right now. Oh yeah, I forgot I did a Mogus on that. Shroud could be watching right now and being like, damn, you know what? I might be the king of FPS games, but this person is the king of FPS that stands for first-person spraying games. That aim, impeccable. The technique, unmatched, right? And then you could raid me with like 30,000 viewers who are like, are you gay? Yeah, Amogus! Amogus is in the chat. I didn't draw nearly as many Amoguses in this one as I did in Power Wash Sim 1. I've changed. I've grown as a person. I'm a better human being. During AAPI month and Pride month especially, you're so valid to do so. Dude, it sucks. We can't even get motion for Black History Month this month. I've been so bummed out to see it. It's like people think that AAPI month is like a fucking like a fart of a whisper in the wind these days, dude. I'm not making more money ever during Pride month or AAPI month, I think, for the rest of my time alive. Bucket on. We just did that one last stream. I got through like 4 maps last stream. I'm proud. I love games where you can spray. Tell me about it. We should make it a big deal too. Yeah, the thing we talk about, you know, true allyship is being loud about things, but not talking over the actual marginalized people. Dude, those cats are so cute. Actually, I think the fat one in the lower right is like Sig, and then Elsa's the one in the trophy. She's just like such a little goofy gal. I was sending Morgan when I was messing with my internet trying to fix it before stream. Wait, furniture unlock? Purchase furniture via the furniture catalog in the shop? Hell yeah. And then I can go back and play any map I want now. And then they're adding Adventure Time shit soon. Wait, there's this whole desert area that they didn't let us do anything in. That's kind of toxic. Is there ways to unlock more levels now? What cozy game are you going to play next while we have big yaps? It's a good question. Maybe Spiritfarer is my thoughts. Might be doing some Spiritfarer soon because I played Greece, and that game fucking bodied me on stream, right? Like, hardest I've cried on stream in a long time. But I dealt with the themes of grief very well. I think it's time for me to restart Spiritfarer and actually tackle it. Now that I kind of have a little bit more of a purpose to do it. You have an apartment in this? It's not an apartment. It's the headquarters. It's the business headquarters. So, yeah, Adventure Time's going to be the first branded DLC they're adding. I'm excited. Barry. I got you all 4 endings already, chat. What are we talking about anymore? I already got y'all those 4 endings. All right. If I hit start washing, are there any bonus? These are free play jobs. Interesting. Wait, it literally said buy furniture? Furniture catalog. Oh, cool. I have enough for a rustic shelf. And then you have to go in and do free play to grind for all. You gotta grind for all the furniture? Fuck. Probably gonna do it. Dude, I'm getting the piano, the guitar. We were just talking about music. These little cubby shelves look kind of okay. This lamp looks like a dying cattail that's drooping. This is a weird fucking rug that someone on drugs made. This is 2 dying cattails. That's a wobbly shelf. That's a cool table. That's a wacky couch and wacky... I'm getting all the wacky shit. I'm the eccentric power washing billionaire. Wacky circular chair, wacky rugs. Wacky slosh. Play old school video games? Like Timon and Pumbaa? Lion King 1.5. I have a stream planned where I'll be playing old video games. Don't you worry. Yeah, we got an achievement hunt. God, I've been doing less achievement hunting recently. But also at the same time, when a game really gets me, and it's like super simplistic, I can zone out with it. I do be achievement hunting. Like this game, I will unlock all of the furniture at some point. I know me. I'm sick in the brain. Dude, oh, there was a cat client. There was a cat tree, and I didn't even realize till now. Too late. Could have bought that for the babies. The whimsical set, yeah. Wobble dog stream? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, definitely more observation duty. There will be more observation duty, don't you worry. Got observation duty 2 on deck very soon. Immediately spends all money on furniture. I got nothing else to buy with it right now. It's like I have nothing else to buy. Washer cosmetics, maybe, I guess. I don't really care, right? Zeroed out the bank, though. Zeroed out the bank account. Wait, actually, what else is there? Outfit, cosmetics, van, washer equipment. I think I unlocked all the best stuff. Yeah, this is the one I'm, like, using currently. Because I sold the rest of the crap. I sold everything else. Wait, that means I can buy the other attachments and shit for this, right? Turbo nozzle, double turbo nozzle. Why not? Get it all. Get all the stuff I like to see. Go. Max out the best washer for myself. Let's just start writing fanfic. Ooblets? I did play Ooblets on stream like a long time ago, back when it came out. Probably not going to play a game that I can see half of you resident sleepering through that will end up with me having 38 viewers. I do kind of have to make rent and bills a little bit more seriously this year. I was very upfront about this last stream because people were asking about Baldur's Gate 3. I promise Baldur's Gate 3 will come back later this year, but like when I am not in as dire of a financial situation as I currently am with all the rent and bills that kind of stacked up while I was not working last year. So, oh, you can pick the levels from here? I didn't even realize I was getting these cool little toys the whole time. Yeah, I wonder what that signal to the moon was doing. Can we, like, see on the laptop? No? Access owned furniture at the home base? Like, where, though? This is the home base. Tab? Oh. Oh. I didn't get to read that. We're a cool 38 viewers. Yeah, it would be the coolest people sticking around, but also... Unless it's like, hey, we're 38 viewers and we have access to a Swiss bank account where we're going to give you like 200 subs at a time. Unfortunately, not the game that I can like dedicate a lot of time to at the moment. Because that game does... God, it sucks because I really do have fun with it. Wait, whimsical lamps ready to wash on the interior wash area. Oh, when you buy it, you have to wash it before you can put it in your office? That's a neat touch. Chat, the game's not over. That's kind of cool. And like, if I was a little bit more liquid with money at the moment, I've been trying to like reach out. I've been cold emailing a number of sponsors lately, potential sponsors. Once like I get a little bit more liquid again, I'll bring back the just for fun games like Baldur's Gate. Don't worry. Don't even sweat about it. All right? And now I can pick where this goes. Wow. Dire financial situation tells us not to gift subs. Yeah, because that's not your responsibility. Not in today's dog shit fucking economy. No way. Dude, can I just make my downstairs as ugly as humanly possible? Like, just terrible? I'm doing that. What if I just... Where am I ordering furniture from that everything is fucking dirty? Like, what? What if I just stack, like, a bunch of chairs and lamps in a corner? Is that cool? Craigslist? True. Facebook Marketplace ass vibes with this. Bing. Just one. We're gonna make this the back rooms. There's just one ominous chair in the middle of the room. Facebook Marketplace, and you know it. Yep. If I had life savings, I would donate it to Girbeagly. I hope not. Did we not just have an entire fucking talk chat about, like, if you are someone who's like, yeah, I gotta be careful with money this month. The moment you're financially stable, it should not be for a fucking content creator. If you have a content creator who's, like, constantly pressuring you to do that stuff, kind of red flag, honestly. Like, there's a difference between me having the public sub goal on the stream and then occasionally making a joke about, like, guys, if you want to see Morgan and me talk about, like, where we fit into the Omegaverse, 500 subs. Like, there's a difference between that and someone who's like, come on, why isn't our sub count higher? Or, chat, you have to fund the things I want, or whatever. Like, that's a little bit of a red flag, right? I need you as someone who hopefully is responsible enough with your money. And again, I get it. You're adults. I don't need to infantilize you and claim that, like, your irresponsible financial decisions are something you need to be, like, fucking lectured about. But, like, please, like, if you're, like, in a bad enough spot where you're like, yeah, I wish that I had more money, then maybe don't you think the next thing you should do when you have money is use it on the things that you needed money for? Yeah, $5 a month. Yeah. That was a joke, though. That was, like, very clearly satirical. That was, like, that's the kind of shit I can laugh at. Because it's like, who goes on a fucking rant? Unless more information's come out and that person was really that demented. But, like, it really is one of those things where it's like...
due to boredom.
You are... Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, you know what? This is the real reason I swerved our call together. Unbelievable. Thank you, V. Thank you for the the gifted subs. If you did get a gifted sub, make sure you're saying thanks. Enjoy the emote sub badges, ad-free viewing. Please. My wonderful friend. Gifting subs to the community. Thank you, thank you. But also, how dare you? But, like, it is one of those things where, yeah, I don't know. It's like... Streamers are gonna, like, joke about money, or sometimes be very honest and be like, hey, bills got a little bit crazy this month. Can people help out? Like, sure, I'll let y'all know. Like, it's not exactly like I'm rolling in the cash I was in, like, the early 2020s, right? It's like, things have happened in my life that cost a lot of money. But at the same time, if it really was so dire that I, like, needed y'all to get me through that, I'd just be like, hey, if you feel like helping, you know, with my bills this month, you can. That's always just a given. That's just something that, like, it's always kind of there as an optional way to help. But, at the end of the day, you know, like, I can always go pick up a fucking delivery shift from an app or something if it's really that crazy, right? Like, please know, everything given to me makes my life easier. Don't be shy with those pocketbooks. No. But it's like one of those things where it's like, I don't know, dude. Things happen to everyone, and I want everyone else to always have, like, a rainy day fund. I get nervous. People don't. It's hard to save up in this world right now. I know. I'm basically back to paycheck with this job. But I'd rather be doing this than working any of the corporate dog shit that I did for way too many of my years of my life. If that makes sense. So, Mima's party cat. Yeah, this is Mima's party pad. Furniture has insane color schemes. I think it's alright. I think it's alright. Yeah, that looks good. Chat, do you like the placement of the furniture so far? I think it's really pretty. It's bringing the room together. I think it's gorgeous. Alright. I'm going to wash all this furniture, by the way. I'm responsible, unfortunately, so I'll always take care of myself first. You better be. Does me no good if I am like, I need higher viewership, and then everyone's homeless or can't afford the internet. Like, that does me zero good. I'd rather have you here not gifting subs, not gifting bits or whatever, hanging out, having a good time with the content that, like, I'm working to make, than you hurting your future prospects of achieving the goals you want to. You feel? Chaos had to come out somewhere. Yeah, because you took away my ability to wash crazy. Yep, exactly. Payback? I don't know. I won't call it payback because I'm, like, not that vindictive, but... My rules, my life, my attitude. I really want a chair like that. I love egg chairs. Would you like one facing the corner like this? Once a month, I do sit one silly with my money. Otherwise, I just vibe. Sometimes the one silly is gifting, subs, or donating. Yeah, again, I'm not here to instruct people on the financial decisions they make. I'm just asking people to watch out for themselves because the world is poof at the moment. And if you're not treating yourself to a little treat, you're losing part of your whimsy. And then in the moments that you're like, you know what, it's time to get crazy. Here's 5 gifted subs to streamer. Then please know it's always, always, always appreciated. It always goes back into the channel in some way, shape, or form, whether that's so Morgan and I can buy groceries, or I can pay off part of my credit card, or I can buy a new game for stream, or I can buy more cosplay. That's not asking for more subs right now. This is me explaining my methodology. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Xander, thank you so, so much. That's so generous. That's really, really kind. Please, if you got a gifted sub from Xander, you better be saying thanks. Enjoying the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free viewing, please. Please, please, please. Make sure you're saying thanks. Dinner has been had. Goose, I hope it was good. Yeah, I saw the Neva DLC. Very excited for that because that was another Game of the Year contender. Streamer's literally trying to preach restraint. Well, someone here's listening to me finally. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, please know, yeah, it goes back into buying new games, cosplays, me taking care of... Jesus! Me taking care of myself. Are the sound alerts better now, by the way? I did turn those up for you after all of you complained. But they are as loud as they can physically go. I'm warning you. I'm letting you know. Oh my god! She really said, wait, wait, wait. Yeah. AL, hello, by the way. And Neva Prologue's gonna actually go so hard, and I'm gonna cry because knowing the story of the first... God! The main game is going to be... yeah, it's just gonna be emotional damage, the video game. The fart was never in question. Well, is it too loud now? Thank you for the bonk. Please make louder. Taking care of Jesus? Yeah, someone's gotta... His parents left him to wander a cave for 3 days. You know? So, volume sounds good to you. Good. Need more sound alerts? I'll add more soon, don't worry. Yeah, listen, me being jump scared by farts is just kind of what happens. That's kind of... Do you see how oppressed I am? Do you see how oppressed I am? Someone is like, oh, I'm going to support you financially, so... And then when you say, you know, that wasn't the point of what you were saying, you stink. Do you see the mixed... Not even mixed messaging, just the abusive language hurled at me regularly. I'm a fart streamer now. Top 10 coolest farts. Number 1. Little bit wet. That's so loud. Bruh is loud? Huh? That's loud. Or are your ears just weak? Oh, got him. Guys, beautiful view of the parking lot from here. This is great. This is really, like, feng shui, I gotta say. I teared up watching Alba walking to the right in the first shot of the trailer with no other gameplay going on. I'm in for fully losing my eyes when it comes out. I mean, like, it's so wild, right? The emotional DNA in Nomada Studios games, it's so powerful. I did so fine, right? I was holding my shit together the entirety of Greece, falling in love with the gameplay, falling in love with the, like, themes being presented, being like, wow, this is so good. And then the, like, last scene hit, and the music, like, swelled a little bit, the crescendo up, and I just, like, you heard it, like, that caught in my throat. That was, like, insane. That game is gonna probably destroy me. That DLC will probably destroy me, because same thing happened with Neva. I got, like, more emotional, I think, during Neva. Mainly just because it had a lot of kind of more deliberate emotional beats. I'm not going to say it was forced emotionality, but it was like more intentional in some ways. Like more commonly intentional, I guess. Especially with like the prevalence of violence in the gameplay as both a gameplay mechanic and a narrative tool. But like, God, the way Grease got me was just, yeah, I felt like a harpoon hit me in the heart. So it's very exciting that they're making more shit. I hope that they get $8 bajillion trillion and can make games until I die. My ears are strung as hell considering I'm hard of hearing in one ear, ableist streamer. Uh-huh. Okay. Ableist chat. That's made fun of my color blindness 5,000 times. Unbelievable. It says there's like poop in between here, but I can't get the poop. Why can't I get this poop? Poop! Poop! 136 more subs to silly quiz time. Oh my goodness. Well, you contributed quite a bit to that, so I appreciate it. Forced emotionality? Yeah, it's like when you see something that's just like written very poorly, very ham-fisted, but they include some sort of like emotional plot beat or setup so that it, you know, it's like Oscar bait movies, kind of, where it's like, oh, we have this like absolutely fucking dog shit movie that is completely based around like superficial like camera work, like, oh wow, the shots are gonna be great for film bros to talk about, and we're gonna like have this forced or rushed like, oh, the two main protagonists suddenly like each other. We didn't set this up in any kind of meaningful or intelligent way. There's been no real like lead up to this that makes any kind of sense. But we're gonna like try to force you to care about them in the moment with like a beautiful piano like song in the background and like close up like punched in framing of like the intimacy of this like moment where they're like saying goodbye to each other, even though you haven't given a shit about their relationship the whole movie, or you haven't given a shit about the characters at all most of the movie because like they kind of suck or they're boring. Like that's forced emotionality, and it happens in video games, it happens in books, it happens in all forms of media, and it's very annoying to see, and it normally works really well on normies who don't have very good media literacy. But yeah, there's a certain like nuanced subtlety when you know someone who is sharing a scene in their art has like gone through something similar. There's like so many amazing examples of that where someone's like, this is a movie that like, you know, I made this relatable to as many viewers as possible, but it's like the ultimate message is I lost my dad last year and I had to fucking write about it. You know, like that there's always this like genuine nature when someone has a message to share like that. When characters are crying and hugging each other at the end but barely had any relationship throughout the movie and you're like, huh? Right. It's like, what? I didn't give a shit about any of you. Like, I didn't care that you died. Like, there's sometimes, like, scenes where it's like, oh, this character sacrificed themselves in the movie. And you're supposed to give a shit. And, like, 9 times out of 10, I'm like, I just don't. Like, I didn't care. I didn't get to know this person's backstory. There was no setup to allow me to connect with this character in a meaningful way. There wasn't anything about this character that like felt like this self-sacrifice was even part of their normal characteristics within what we've seen of them. They just suddenly went, no, I'll sacrifice myself to save everybody else in the party. I'll do it. And you're just supposed to suddenly give a shit. Most of the time I'm like, okay, who was that guy? Why the fuck they die? Why didn't they just all leave together? That was fucking stupid. So, yeah, they're trying to intentionally wring out emotions from me. Exactly, Mins. Yeah, they didn't, like, earn any sort of human connection. And you can always tell where you're like, this is I'm 14 and this is deep, like, nepotism writer. Who's like, yeah, my dad gave me $14 million to start my own script writing business. And, yeah, and just, like, we have, like, all these, like, connections in Hollywood where the scripts just get sold immediately. And I'm going to write the most superficial shit because I grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. It was part of the issue I had with like Saltburn, is that was like there's so much shock value in it. And I'm not knocking the movie because there were some like moments where it's like, oh yeah, that's some pretty decent film in there. But like the social commentary taking place was like, this is social commentary about rich people from a rich person. And I was like, all right, cool, whatever, I guess. But it's like, I didn't give a shit. By the end of the movie, I was like, I didn't care that those people died. I didn't give a fuck. Like, cool. There's some great performances, some really good like scoring and Foley and awesome production work that was going on, you know, awesome cinematography, but like story-wise, I kind of just did not give a fuck. Real writers put their trauma in the script, self-call up. Yeah, and you don't ever have to like share everything that's like damaging to yourself to like regurgitate, right? But like at the same time, it's like, at least make me give some kind of shit about the characters before you tell me I'm supposed. There's a big difference between being told you have to care about a character and just caring about the character. When the plot beats, when the characterization, when the narrative makes me go, inherently, this is someone who deserves care. That's very different than being like, we're going to remind you and bash you over the head repeatedly. You're supposed to give a shit. Give a shit about this character. Give a shit about this character. They're a good person. They're someone likable. Look how bad everyone else is around them. So by comparison, you have to care about this character. No, sometimes someone is a boring ass character. They're not a real person. They're fictional. Sometimes they're boring as hell. And you can't set them up as like the good character just because everyone else around them is worse. That's lazy fucking writing. So that's my assessment of all of it. So I say all the time, but a bad plot can be redeemed by well-written characters and relationships, and a good plot will never be taken seriously when paired with horribly written characters with nonsensical relationships. Yeah, and there's a lot of like strength in like making the story be told through your characters versus, again, like give me more show. Show me more than you tell me. Like that, all art should do that. And that's the big thing, again, which is the irony of me talking about like Neva and like Grease and Nomada Studios' work in indie dev, is there's no dialogue. No one's telling me anything. The whole thing, my like way of inferring the relationships between the characters in those games is because I'm shown brief interactions in a very limited scope of a very limited world. And I'm going, oh my God, there's this genuine heart to these interactions. No one had to tell me shit. I understand from a human perspective, you know? So, yeah, sometimes I'm like, good, they're gone. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh, good, that character's gone because they were boring. They sucked. They had no purpose in the script. I'm in debt for a writing degree. Yeah, I was just telling Morgan, partially what made me drop out of the creative writing program that I was in originally before I swapped fully over to psych in my junior year. Because I started taking psych classes in my sophomore year of college because I was like, what if? You know, what if I, like a weird scenario, I fall out of love with writing. And also this stuff is just really neat to know because I'm like mentally, like I have mental health issues. I gotta learn a little bit more about my broken brain. Like that is something that like I started engaging with a lot more. I was, you know, doing like creative writing, like advanced creative writing classes when I was in college. And I had this professor who was like, I won't tell the name of it, but it was about like racial trauma that, yeah, Parasite was a fantastic foil to Saltburn. They're kind of like in different categories, but with the like, yeah, social commentary on the rich, absolutely. Yeah, there's something more human in the heart of Parasite than there was in Saltburn. Saltburn's like shock value stuff is very on a different plane of existence to the shock value stuff in Parasite. So, yeah, Eliza, kind of not what we're talking about, but yeah, welcome on in. Welcome. Slightly different, but yeah, tangentially related, absolutely. People who project. Other characters are like, oh, I miss them so much. They were so important to me. And it's like, what? When? Yeah, when? What chemistry? Yeah, absolutely, Mince. But yeah, I took this creative writing class when I was in college that was like advanced creative writing. And part of the peer review was, there was or part of the review of your paper was you would have someone else in your class read your paper, assigned randomly. They would mark it up with red pen. And then before you made the changes, the professor would also see the paper, give you like a rough draft grade that was not your final grade for the paper, for your short story. And then what would happen is you would go back, and they would make a couple suggestions too, adding off of the suggestions your peers made, sometimes disagreeing with what your peers said in the class, like your classmates said in the class. And then you would be tasked with taking the feedback from both sources and working on your paper so that it was something that was like, you know, like a better piece or like a more universally like understood piece or whatever. So I wrote a short story about racial trauma. And originally the name of the story, the short story, was Yellow. Yellow being a color that has been used to describe the skin of Asian people, which has never made fucking sense to me, first of all, and is always like a very racist, pejorative kind of thing. But it's one of those things where it was very personal to me. It was kind of edgy. It was talking about like a fictionalized scenario I had been in before. And it got all marked up, right? I had all these marks all over my paper. Yo, what's up, Lurker? Welcome to the stream. And my professor didn't like it. He was like, oh, this, the short story is, it's lacking this, and this. Just marked it all up. And I was like, oh yeah, old white guy, of course he doesn't fucking get it, but that's all right. Whatever. I'll hang out with some friends. I'll rewrite it. I'll get it in, you know, in time before the deadline. Well, the week leading up to the deadline, we were rushing again, not Russian like the country, but we were doing what's called rushing, where you recruit freshmen and sophomores to your fraternity. Again, I know, a little bit of culture shock, but I was actually in a fraternity. So we were doing rushing events. Yeah, we were rushing for a week, and we were like, oh, we love vodka. And so we were rushing a bunch of freshmen, trying to get them to join our fraternity, and we were just we were partying nonstop. It was just constant keggers. It was constant just people getting drunker than anyone should, responsibly. Partying it the hell up. Alpha Beta Babushka. Yeah, that was our fraternity when we turned Russian one time a year for a week. Yeah, we would send Putin a bunch of money from our chapter and go, comrade, thank you. And so we're getting pretty out there. And I was very fucking hungover all week. And I did not have any time at all to revise my paper. So my short story sat on my computer, on my laptop, completely unedited from any of the suggestions that had been made by my professor. And I went, oh fuck, what do I fucking do about this? Yeah, I'm going to be doing keg stands during boys' night stream, yeah. I can't drink beer anymore. I can't even do that. Do they sell kegs of, dude, I want a little half keg or a quarter keg of like White Claw. Then I'll do one during boys' night stream. But I remembered this creative writing professor, and this is what fucking pissed me off, was trying to teach us how to artificially infuse our work with emotionality. And one of the ways to do that he recommended was to create something basically edgy. Create something that sticks out, that's edgy, that has almost no purpose or substance to it. Just fucking do this. And so I was like, okay, I guess. They sell kegs of root beer. I'd just be burping my guts out the entire time. Oh my god. But anyway, so I didn't turn this paper in. Oh, Brookie, this is going nowhere where you think it's going. I'm promising you. Rat, welcome to the stream. Yeah, White Claw keg stand. I would do that. you know. Yeah, bad, boring advice, professor. Oh my God, you read a little bit too much of like shock value white male writers. So that was his advice. And so what I did, I like woke up hungover like 30 minutes to class. I was like, fuck, I can't rewrite an entire short story about like childhood racial trauma. And so I just changed the name, and this is where I got to give myself a free pass. I'm not going to say the word, but I changed the name of the paper from yellow to a anti-Asian racial slur. And that was it. That was the only change I made to the paper. Submitted it, went, oh my God, I'm getting a fucking F for this. Paper comes back the next day, A-. It went from a C+ to an A-. Whoa, wow, the depth in this story, Brian. This was incredible. This is, wow. Holy crap, I really felt like I could feel this kid's pain in this story. And right there, chat, there's an example of forced emotionality. That's an example of forced emotionality. Oh, I got your attention and I preyed upon your white guilt. You went, oh shit, now that I look at it through the view of someone, even though there was very clear messages of like racial, like, abuse going on in here. I've now that you put the slur, yeah, you know what? I have thought that slur about Asian people too. No, he didn't say that, but like, it just like, yep, I changed the title from a stereotype to a slur. Yep. And then what ended up happening was I dropped out of creative writing. So that was that. So needs to be reported to someone for that. He was probably on tenure, and also this was 2006. So I doubt reporting him would have done anything at a pretty big money school that I was going to at the time. I think chat needs to remember I'm 40, and the world, unfortunately, was not super progressive when I was in college. First wake up of the night, and I'm not soup. Little chaos. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. That's some good stuff. I hope that keeps going. So, sometimes that's how you get us white people. Yeah, chat. Hey, anyway, as a Korean American streamer, I'm feeling kind of oppressed right now. The only thing that could really help me would be if someone just donated like $500 to me. And it's fine if you don't. I get it. Racism is probably in some of your families. It's fine. But yeah, as a Korean American content creator, like, you have no idea how much white guilt you can erase with $500. It would really help me out a lot to think of you as less racist if you did that. But yeah, it's one of those things too where I guarantee he probably didn't even notice that that was like the way that his I guess bias was skewed. But yeah, that next semester I dropped out of creative writing. Actually dropped out of the entire school. I dropped out of that college, and transferred somewhere else that I liked after living in Florida for a bit. I went on an adventure. I did a side quest down in Jacksonville, Florida. Said, oh wow, that's too many, that's too much drugs and gang activity for me. Time to go home and finish my degree. And then I fully pivoted into psychology. So, I'm half white, half Japanese. Can I donate $250? Yes, that is how math works, which I see the Asian side of you knows very well as is another stereotype about us. So, maple cookies would go hard right now. I won't even lie. So, will this nickel I have suffice? That's like, what, 1/1000th? Wait, no, I'm doing the math wrong. See, sometimes you're so Asian it goes all the way around, and then the math stereotype doesn't work for you anymore. You actually become worse at math. Unfortunately, only a fraction of what I'm owed. Yeah. I have naan and hummus. That does sound good. I do love naan. Love naan. I love hummus. Those are two of my favorite foods. I dig that mentality, absolutely. We all deserve to be shown the skills we fail to notice ourselves. See, that's way kinder. Maybe not the best advice, because like everyone needs to learn how to accept constructive criticism if they're doing something creative. But also, I get it. I kind of do understand that mentality of like, when you show someone like, hey, you're really great at these things, like it does help you like sort of like zoom out, and then it kind of allows you to then be like, oh, I have a bit of a cushion to my self-esteem to then work on these other things that I'm a little bit weaker at. Sure. Religious trauma? What does that have to do with race? Don't you know anything about identity politics? God, intersectionality 101, chat. You know? Too poor to be racist is crazy. Yeah, if you don't have any money in your bank account, yeah, you're probably not racist. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have spent enough time in the South to know that that is not the case. I don't think Twitch will accept some of my Warhammer model boxes for bits. That's too bad. You can just send me the Warhammer model kits, since those are like $60 a piece for like a single like 4-man. What do you mean if I want to get back into playing Chaos Space Marines, I need to spend $60 for pewter figurines for 4 of them? That then I have to go buy the paints and the fucking like X-Acto knife and stuff for? What happened to my hobby? Yeah, say something good, then critique something. Yeah. Yep. That's how I learned it. It's like the compliment sandwich joke that's in Family Guy. Say something good, then something critical, and then something good again, right? So, this is the Oppression Olympics after all. Yeah, y'all know that that's how we ride here. We went woke this year, so Oppression Olympics are the only thing that matters. It's like, yeah, how would your gayness as a non-Asian person allow you to be exempt when I'm also openly queer and Asian? Don't you understand my pain? Of course you don't. Your ancestors probably made mine work on a railroad till they died. Look it up. You know, the fucking craziest thing though is there's probably a streamer out there doing that right now, with sincerity. Your Pinar? Oh, you got exploded. I see. Clean the car today? Let's go. Clean the gunk out of my keyboard. I gotta do that, dude. I have so much cat hair in my keyboard. It's disgusting. It's really bad. Something my grandparents were put into prison. Yeah. You mean the same ones we're fucking using now? Oh my god. Chad, I washed everything I could afford. That was that. That was the that on that. Unreal. Wild. Also taught constructive criticism, but didn't want us to nitpick and find things to criticize. And so, yeah, I dig that. No, I dig that for the sake of a great. Yeah, I like that where it's like you are allowed to criticize someone else's work over something legitimate. But the moment that you're like, I have to find something to pull apart about this thing, when that's your drive to do that, you're no longer being objective. You're doing it just to do it. You're like, oh, let me tear apart this thing. Like, because here's the thing. Another thing that we used to do, this was the thing I did like in the class, was when one of the ways we peer-reviewed papers was you'd write a short story, you'd hand it to the person to the right of you. They'd look at it, write one note, hand it to the next person. That person wrote one note. But the rule was if you did not have, if you're like, oh yeah, no, actually I just like genuinely like this story, you didn't write a note. You just passed it to the next person. And that was that. That was the entire grading system. So, yeah. yeah, I get it. I get it, Aces Next. But also, like, from the standpoint of, like, a creative person accepting constructive criticism is more of what we're talking about. The whole point was to help each other succeed, not tear each other apart to resemble the real world. Yes, I dig that. Because you can't ever help someone build up their confidence if you are only looking for ways to tear them down before they've even discovered what the fuck their own voice is. Like that person that you're talking to is not like publishing a fucking nationally renowned book. They're like working on something that will help them establish like how they write, the types of things they talk about, the thing like finding other people's interests and connecting over those types of things. I think that's way more important. You can't become a more self-critical like creative until you have a little bit of confidence, until you have found part of your voice. Because that's like the big thing about the creative world. I fucking see all the time, and it ties into like what I was ranting about earlier about like some people just think they're going to be a fucking overnight success. And it's like, wow, I wish I had like a fraction of that confidence. But at the same time, it's like those people are just going to keep being bad writers. Because they have an overly huge amount of confidence. But someone who has only ever heard criticism or only criticized themselves is not going to want to put more stuff out there. They might not want to like try new things because they're going to go, well, the thing that I naturally went with didn't have any sort of value to somebody else's artistic feedback. So if I try something else, I'm probably going to do that really bad too, and I'm gonna be shit at that. And if they have their own mental health issues where their like anxiety or their self-esteem keeps them from like being realistic and accepting criticism, that's on them. Unfortunately, you can't like teach that away. That's them being just a little bit childish and avoidant, or just needing to go to therapy. And again, that's not your job to fix unless you're going into therapy. But like you got to help people find their voices. You gotta. And then once that they found a little bit of that confidence, you know, then be like, hey, really loved what you did here, but like, what if you like swapped these two characters' perspectives in this one point? I think it would actually align more with the themes you're going with. Like that kind of shit goes way farther. College age writers learning to write, getting other writers shitting on their work for a grade is just so gross. Like, we're here to learn and make connections. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing about the creative arts that people don't understand is peer review is like important, but peer review through the lens of taking things you like is always going to be better than taking things that you don't like. Like with my acting, I watch so many movies, I listen to podcasts, I watch things on YouTube, whatever, and I listen to like voice acting a lot, and video games and anime. I don't sit there and rip apart someone's performance. If someone's performance isn't resonating with me, I go, it was probably the direction that they were getting. And then also on top of it, I'm just going to load up a random map because I fucking want to buy all the furniture now. Sorry, everybody. What I do instead is I'm like, I have a limited amount of time with this piece of media. Oh, wow, the way that they inflected there. That was awesome. I'm going to steal that. I'm going to inflect that way in my next audition for a line from a similar scenario. Or like when I'm doing an audition. Oh my God. Wow. Shit. Holy crap. Yeah, I was watching this movie where Dave Franco was being like really like his performance was very grounded because he was being this goofy douchebag idiot dude. And wait, this character is like a goofy douchebag idiot dude. Well, I'm going to take some of like the weird stuttering and stuff that he does to make himself seem like less secure and like that awkward fucking idiot asshole like character. Oh man, I'm going to use that in this edition now. Like that's what I try to focus on. That's what I try to pull from other people's performance. Me sitting there ripping someone apart, there's a very high likelihood they'll never hear that from me. So if I'm sitting there being critical, being like, oh wow, they fucking suck. Wow, why did they get cast as this role? They're not going to hear that from me. And they're not going to be able to improve their performance in something that was already made. Because they don't hear me through the fucking screen, right? So I'd rather use my time to like take the artistic angle and be like, I can use this to make myself better. So the way the furniture is set up is giving a very specific genre of porn set. Down here? Yeah, clown porn. A night at the circus. After hours. Been a creative writer for over half my life at this point. I'm hypercritical. I stopped having folks beta my writing because it stressed me out so much. That's fair. I mean, hey, we all have our own comfort level with it, right? Peer review is supposed to be a review, not a slaughter. Yeah, that too. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Amethyst, I know how to play clarinet, saxophone, all varieties. So, you know, baritone and baritone clarinet, or bass clarinet and like baritone sax and shit like that. So if you want to count all of those in there. I know how to play pretty much any woodwind. I'm not great at oboe, but I can play a little bit of it. I can play some piano. I can play a little bit of guitar. I play I play gay people in some things. But I also play bass guitar, just like a million other instruments. So there you go. But the music I was talking about that I would be producing would be mainly like EDM. So Clown Yowie. Yeah, the Clown Yowie office that we got going on here kind of rocks. My college enemy critiqued everything about my writing, told me that my essay didn't make any sense. I should pick a different topic. I didn't listen, and the professor used my essay as an example of an A+ work. Living well is the best revenge. Clowns in my yaoi? Yeah, probably has been done. So how do I get rid of this Okay, there we go. I was like, how do I get rid of this menu so I can do... Oh, yeah, I want to do this one. This one's actually kind of fun. I'm doing this one. We're getting more money to unlock more furniture. And then next, in 2 days, Saturday stream, since I've been doing, like, every other day. Wait, do I have limited spray options at this point in the game? I guess so. Challenge mode added. Extra long extension? No, I don't need an extension right now, but I do want adaptive nozzle. There we go. So it fits snug for anyone at any size. My brain just went to hell, chat. I don't remember what I was talking about. It was probably something cool and important, though. Thanks. So, yep. Got knowledge everywhere in music? Yeah, you could say. I've been composing shit since I was very young. My parents very much, like, had me do classical music lessons. Like, holy fuck, dude. I went to so many private lessons growing up. So I'm classically trained. That said, it doesn't mean I'm, like, great or any better than someone who's self-taught. But at one point I was the 4th best clarinetist in all of New York State. And I get to ride that high, chase that high forever. When will I be the 4th best streamer in New York State? You know? It's power wash for any type of flow. Cannot believe that I, Twitch user Hoodie Gay, am technically in a het relationship. Gay-ass het relationship, is still. Normie culture, taking our best from us, unreal. I didn't like your gay ass. Apparently. Automod mean. Yeah, but I used to, like, put together orchestral scores when I was, like, a kid. Like, literally, like, 8, 9, 10 years old. They weren't good. Just something that I did in my free time because I didn't have friends. And then... as I got older, I started fucking around with FL Studio, which is what I hope to rebuy this year. But it's going to be $200 because with tax, the producer edition that I want is kind of a hefty buy, but a lot cheaper than a lot of other DAWs out there, which I do appreciate about FL Studio. And it has free updates for life and a lifelong license, so that rocks. So that is what I'll probably produce, like, a bunch of EDM stuff on, and, like, some emo shit. Probably make some emo rock on it. I don't know. There's a lot of, like, I thought about, like, getting Ableton, because a lot of people have sworn by Ableton. There's, Cubase, there's, God, what the hell else? People use, like, Reaper, even. There's, like, a lot of DAWs out there, but, FL Studio is what I have the most experience using to produce music, so I'm going with that. And hopefully it'll be fun. Like I said, I'll probably be making some custom alerts with it to just try to stretch out a little bit of the the production chops again. It's been such a long time since I produced anything, but I used to make everything from like fake video game scores, like orchestral scores, to EDM, to being in just a number of different random variants of rock bands. So, yeah. Custom alert's gonna go hard. I think they'll be funny because, again, I'm literally a professional voice actor and am a musician. So I'm gonna be able to, like, again, do like funny producer tags and make like any genre of song I want that's like super funny and weird and goofball as hell. So I'm looking forward to doing that. But I don't know what I want them to be for, like if they're triggered by certain like anniversaries of subs, like Chris does, or I don't know, like maybe new bit alerts, maybe new tip alerts. By the way, we do have a new 125 bit alert if y'all haven't seen it. It's kind of silly. It's kind of funny. What? Does the door needs to be clean? Dude, the door is clean, I think. Yeah, there we go, baby. Oh yeah, I forgot this has a yucky poops in it. Always the best when artists bring influences from one wildly different genre to another. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the benefit of like why my music on MySpace took off. Is I was doing something a little bit different at the time. I was mixing a lot of my EDM background with emo music because it was during like the height of the scene. And so, you know, you had most people doing like acoustic guitar or rock music with like emo lyrics. And I was doing like sort of like an EDM beat with emo lyrics over the top of it. So that was, and now that's like so common to do, which is cool. I'm disappearing for the night. Hoodie, please take care of yourself. I mean, I'm probably not going to be streaming too much longer. So I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule a bit too. But get some wonderful rest. Kita Bonita, hello. Hi, Kita. Welcome on in. But yeah, I listen to everything. Like I said, I've been listening to like a shit ton of dubstep recently. I've been getting really into metalcore again. I've been listening to a lot of like random lo-fi artists. Shout out Flawed Mangoes, who made the Dramamine song. That's the Hopecore edit song in the background. Been listening to like a lot of that kind of stuff, like Midwest emo kind of, almost like Shukazi kind of music. I've been listening to a lot of new hip hop artists, which has been kind of cool. A lot of stuff out of the UK. A lot of UK garage. Oh my god, I've been listening to a shit ton of UK garage. Been getting really into future house and future bass again, which was a genre that I was very heavily into in the like the late 2010s, like 2018. Might make some future bass of my own. I really like that genre. Metalcore, you say? Oh yeah. I mean, Under Oath is like my favorite band. It is kind of insane that I'm friends with Seppi, the drummer of Devil Wears Prada. Haste the Day just put out a new song, which fucking rocks. They killed it. I've been getting really into a lot of Bring Me the Horizon stuff I missed over the years. They just did a song with the producer Kaiwachi. Kaiwachi just put out a really great album in November called Necrosis. And he makes some like pretty heavy dub stuff, but he also made like a lot of like melodic house tracks on that album as well. But I think it was him. I think it was him that just did something with Bring Me the Horizon. I could be wrong on that one. I might be thinking of a different producer, but some dubstep artist just did a song with Bring Me the Horizon, which actually goes really hard. So, yeah, I don't know. I listen to everything. I've been listening to a lot of pop music. Been getting really into indie pop again. I just re-listened to some like Purity Ring and Churches. Dude, Churches, that album from the 2010s that Churches made is like one of the fucking best I think it's from the 2010s. It could be like late 2000s. Morgan would remember better than me. One of the best indie albums of all time. The one with The Mother We Share on it. One of the best indie tracks ever. So good. Is it for... Oh, yes! Friday the 13th! Yes! Heck yeah. Happy Friday the 13th. Happy Friday the 13th. Love Churches. They're so good, right? You'd probably like Purity Ring if you haven't listened to them. They make some very similar stuff. And then more modern groups making that kind of music. Milk and Bone from Canada. They're called Milk and Bone. They're a duo. I love some girly pop, indie rock kind of, indie sleaze throwback kind of music. Milk and Bone's really, really fucking good. I listened to Joji's new album. I talked about it over in Ethan's stream right before I left, but unfortunately, even though I love Joji, it was a little bit one note for me. I think it needed a little bit more time in the oven. There's a couple standout tracks on it, but it like wasn't my favorite. It was a little bit mid from him. But I will say this, I respect what he does, and I love the amount of thought he puts into his production and the cohesiveness of the themes in all of his music. So I'm not bashing it. It just wasn't as strong as some of his older stuff. Yo, Phoebe, take care. Thanks so much for dropping by. Enjoy the rest of the VOD if you decide to watch it later. But yeah. A black trans woman. Ooh, that's a good shout out. Moody Black. Actually have not heard of her. Might have to give it a shot. I've been, like I said, really into Nina Geraci and Alice in Wonderland. The Australian EDM, like, dubstep scene right now and, like, festival EDM scene is, like, fucking crazy between Alice in Wonderland and Nina Geraci. Holy shit, dude. So strong. Family of the 13th is my family's lucky day. My mom and aunt twins were born on Friday the 13th. No way. That's cool. I dig that. 13's always been my lucky number. So I dig it. I love a good Friday the 13th. Bad things don't happen to me. Only good things on Friday the 13th. So. Alright. Toilette is the dirty... Oh, I see. It's the last dirty thing here. This thing. I see. But yeah, listen to like a little bit of everything right now. Trying to get back into loving music because I took a very long break. Y'all know I've been in heavy therapy for the past few years. Part of the reason YouTube videos have slowed down, but also I'll probably be recording one after this stream, honestly. Because I'm really trying to put a little bit more effort. My schedule just hasn't worked out very much this month, but I will be making more YouTube videos very soon. I have a couple fun ideas. Yeah, someone shitted in the AC. Nothing is sacred or safe. So, wait, Phoebe, it's your birthday? Happy birthday! What the heck? I missed that part of the message. Happy birthday, Phoebe! Everyone, happy birthday to Phoebe! Heck yeah. What was I saying? My brain just went to hell. Oh yeah, when I was doing really bad, and a lot of people who deal with depression, you know this. It's weird, right? When you're depressed, it's a lot harder to engage with... Actually, I want to see which one's worth the most, and then I'm going to do that one. Because I want to make as much money as possible in the game to get as much furniture as I can. 2,000? 3,000. Roller Disco is 3,000. Okay. 30K was Mount Rushmore. Do I just keep farming that? Oh, that's for regular money. No, I need the... Where's the one with, like, the P currency? I need the P currency. Weird fucking thing to say. Solar System exhibit was really fun, actually. I might do that one. God. There's too many good ones. Where was it? I'm going to do Roller Disco, because I like that. Giggle P currency. Yeah, I had a feeling someone would like that. So you have a free play job in progress? No, I don't. I literally just beat it. P currency. It is one of those things where when you're depressed, I didn't finish my point, I just realized. When you're really depressed, it is so hard to engage in hobbies you love. And you'd be like, oh, I'm just laying around being depressed. Why wouldn't I do that thing that takes up some of my time, but like I inherently love to do? But it's like, that's not how depression works. It doesn't make sense. That's the whole point. It's your brain being irrational because of like a chemical imbalance in it, right? Some level of trauma. Kettle, hello, hi, welcome. So for me, music, something I have both made and loved listening to for years, especially from like 2020 on. You know, I had a little bit of a like Bo Burnham crisis. And it's funny because like that album, Inside, is such a creative album, and it brings me a lot of like creative spark now. But when I first heard it, I was like, I'm going to game end myself, actually. This is the most depressing thing I've ever heard. But now I'm like, oh, wow. And Morgan's kind of still in the vibe where, like, if I put it on, she's like, please stop. This album depresses me so much. But I'm, like, in the point where I hear All Eyes on Me from Bo Burnham, and I'm like, fuck yeah. Dude made art and then talked about still making art and the importance of doing that even when you're going through, like, a depressive spell. And I was like, fuck, I'm, like, so inspired by this now. So every time I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in the zone. And it's so funny because I remember when that album came out, Ethan bothered me like 50 times. And it was like, he kept bugging me about it. He kept being like, dude, have you listened to Inside? I think you're really going to like it. I think it's really going to inspire you. And I watched the Inside, like, video he made, right? Like a movie he made around it. And, like, I sat in silence for, like, 10 minutes after it was over, and I was like, I think I might just go find a way to die. Like, I got so depressed, dude. But now, yeah, Paxton, like, a fresh set of eyes on it. That album is actually incredibly, deeply inspiring to me now. It is such a good fucking album. And awesome movie. Like, the movie aspect of it really does add so much depth to everything. So I'm now at a point where I'm inspired by it. But like when you have depression, it's so hard. Like I let go of music. I didn't listen to music. I didn't compose music. I didn't play music on like even picking up a guitar and plunking around on it. Like we have a guitar, we have a keyboard, we have like a lot of shit, and I just like didn't play around with it. Goes for it. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. I just did not engage with this thing that I loved, that was important to my soul. And it's so easy to do that when you are depressed. It is so easy to get into that mentality. So I'm starting to have a lot of that, like, frost melt and disappear. And I'm getting so excited to do music again. I'm getting so excited to do the creative things I held myself back from doing because I didn't have the spoons for it for so long. I'm getting back to the point where it's like I'm having fun making stuff again, and I can't wait to share more of it with the world. YouTube videos, music, everything in between. You're going to see that from me here in 2026. I think I'm going to channel a lot of my grief through some of it. I think it's like really important for me to find an artistic outlet the way I always have for my depression, my anger, my self-identity as like someone who is a part of so many different worlds, as like a Korean American person who feels very misunderstood at times by both Korean and American society. Like I've always used music, I've always used writing, I've always used you know, my platforms I have as like outlets for that. It's coming back this year. I'm looking forward to it. So 2026 is the year I win, and I deserve to win. So expect some cool tunes. It'll be dope. Way it still hits for me? Yeah. I mean, your brain, your mind, whatever, your heart might not be in it right now, but the fact that you're like, but I want to get back there. I want to get back to that place where I love those things again, and I can engage in those things again. That's the first step. That's a good sign. It means you haven't given up on that thing that has brought you like a lot of joy and a lot of like special energy in your life or whatever. Special perspective. But yeah, I'm going to be kicking ass this year. I'm excited about it. 2026, the year I win. Maybe I win in a way that inspires other people to win. I don't know. It'd be sick if I, like, made some music and people were like, damn, dude, this inspires me to make music. I haven't made it in a while either. Same way that I'm, like, getting back into just listening to random artists again, where I'm like, oh, fuck, man, dubstep's actually kind of good right now. Shit. Damn, all these, like, metalcore groups I used to listen to put out all these albums while I wasn't listening. I have so much to catch up on, but it's been a joy. That's why I've been doing my little mini reviews over on, like, social media. I put up on, like, Instagram every now and then, like a post about an album I listened to, or a indie game I beat, or, you know, a letterboxd review about a movie. Just falling back in love with my hobbies has been really nice. Rattling pom-poms for everyone, absolutely. And I know I'm going to have my off days where I'm not going to be as productive as I wanted to be. But I'm coming to terms with that. And again, just working when I got the energy to. Investing in myself wherever I can. Shit's important, man. You know? So, hopefully y'all can find that balance, that energy, that groove yourself this year. Put that out of the way. Let's get this dance floor going. Look at that. Border of the dance floor is done already. That's so nice looking. Morgan's also cooking food right now that smells so good. So, oh, it's almost 2. Probably going to wrap up soon. I know I said that 20 minutes ago, but then this goddamn game got its claws in me, as usual. I'm also so excited. I have so many friends who are working on really cool projects. Like Alana is literally making a movie right now. Ethan's been doing some cool stuff I won't dox on stream behind the scenes. Mark's in the middle of promoting a fucking movie. Like, dude, there's like so many awesomely talented, creative people around me. I just want to like root them on as well. So excited to keep rooting on my friends, seeing the awesome stuff they create. It's like every time Eddie Burback puts out a new video, I'm just like, damn, I know how much work he put into this shit. And I know it's going to pop off. And then Morgan and I watch it and I go, nice, gave him watch time. So, yep. Those mini reviews have been really nice to see. Love seeing what people enjoy in the moment. Yeah, if people want like music, you know, recommendations, I hope that those come in handy for sure. Been in theater production for the first time post-tragedy. It's been so healing. I love that. Yeah, I love that. That's food for the soul right there. Honestly, Eliza. So, heck yeah, get back into that writing. Get back into that saddle, Ghost for it. Fuck yeah. We were just having a big discussion before you joined stream. You never can improve unless you try. We all start doing stuff kind of clunky, and then we just improve from there. You're never going to do it if you don't do it bad, is kind of the way that it is, right? And if you're past the point of being bad and you're just like, yeah, I'm kind of mid, and I'm working it out still, but at least, like, I understand, like, my voice. I understand, like, my skill set a little bit more each time I do this. That's also a good thing. And then eventually you just get to the point where you're, like, naturally kind of good at it, where things come as second nature for you. So, wife cooking food is one of the best smells. I know, God. Recently finished my grad degree. Yo, I know exactly how much work goes into that, so congratulations. That rocks so hard. Gave me some inspiration. Though job hunting's terrifying. You got this. You got this. I know the job market's weird right now, but y'all have so much skill, so much talent. It's hard. I'm working so hard on myself right now. I'm calling 2026 the year of building foundations. Fuck yeah. That's the other thing, too. No one gets to where they want to go, like, immediately. If this is a year where you're rebuilding your confidence, if this is a year where you're setting loftier goals for yourself, if this is a year where you are just rediscovering yourself via new skills you've never even tried before, but you're trying something you've always wanted to do, it's okay to start kind of small. It's okay to, like, just land wherever you land by the end of the year. You're farther along than if you hadn't done it at all. Desperately want to get back into writing. It's been hard lately. Music is what inspires me, but I haven't been able to listen to much, so that's a damper. Understandable. I mean, it sounds like you were where I was, like, late last year. And whenever it's the right time, you know, your energy, your motivation, everything like that, Twilight's going to line up. And you're going to go, whoa, it's like riding a bike. Yeah. I've been going to therapy, maybe finally getting my meds sorted out. The other day I experienced joy while playing a video game for the first time in 7 years. I had to do that, like, very intentionally for myself recently, Kettle. Like, last year, I started playing video games off stream because I was going, oh my god, the only time I play video games is for my job. What the fuck is the point of having them as a hobby if I'm only using them as my job? And I try to play games I like on stream, right? Like, if I'm not having a good time, it's pretty obvious, and then I just don't fucking play that thing. But I wasn't finding joy in my free time. And so I started, like, documenting the games that I was beating off stream and starting to talk about them on social media, writing mini reviews for those, right? That's been really fun to do. I'm glad you've been able to rediscover that for yourself. It's like, it is healing to reconnect with a part of yourself you knew was dormant for a while. So, yeah, gotta stop keeping yourself in the box. 30 is not young. It's not old, is what I meant to say. 30, everyone goes, oh, you're going to turn into a creaky mess when you're 30. No. 30, you still have plenty of time. You still have plenty of time to pivot course or figure out what's the most important priorities to you. You've got plenty of time. That said, it's always the right time to start. It's always the wrong time in your brain because you're waiting for the perfect circumstances that will never happen. But it's always the right time to start. Because if you start right now, even if you're like, oh, I want to do, like I get here all the time. Oh, I want to be a voice actor, but I don't know how to get started. Okay. Do you own a microphone? No. Go buy a fucking cheap budget microphone for like 20 fucking bucks on Amazon. Do that. Learn how to plug it into your USB port. Learn how audio drivers work so that if there is a feedback issue with it, you know how to fix that. Learn the basics. Build from there. You now have one more skill, one more step in the process towards your goal that you didn't have a moment ago. So, January kicked my ass. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, again, not to keep bringing it back to this and not to compare our circumstances, obviously. But, like, losing my sister last year, late last year, past couple months, there are therapy sessions I go in and my therapist goes, I actually don't know how you're still, like, standing. Like, you went through so fucking much in 2025, right? It's all fresh still. It's all very painful still. It's all very, like, depressing and bogs me down. So I get it, like, not having the motivation and the energy, especially so close in proximity to something rough. But we're healing. And as long as we have the intention of healing, as long as we have a goal where we go, hey, the reason this feels so bad is I hope it gets better. The reason this feels so bad is it isn't great right now. But I still envision a future for myself where things are going to be great. That's really what matters. That's what keeps us pushing towards the next tomorrow and not giving up. So that's how we don't give up on ourselves. We shouldn't be giving up on ourselves, right? Yeah, I feel your kettle. Like, I would get choice paralysis where I'd be like, okay, cool, I have these 5 games that I've always wanted to play. Then I just wouldn't play any of them because I wouldn't know which one to pick. So, yeah, fuck yeah, exactly, Ghost for it. I love that. Woman in her 60s who got her degree in literature. Yeah, there's story. Our moderator here, Shira. Shira's grandma got a degree when she was like 80 or something because she just wanted to go back to school and do that. What a cool thing, right? That's my plan. When I'm really old and I get to take, like, I've talked about this a number of times, when I get all the, like, benefits, community benefits senior citizens get, where it's like, oh, go to community college for free. I'm just going to collect, like, 8 billion associate's degrees in things that, like, I'm interested in but never wanted a degree in. You know, like, oh, I want to learn about, like, basic paleontology at my local community college and get an associate's degree for it. Why the fuck not if it's on the dime of the state, you know? Also opens the door for enjoying playing games with friends. Yeah, that's cool. I dig that. That's a great use of that time for sure, Kettle. The longest time I felt like I lost my essence, so to speak, and I've only just recently started to nurture it back. It's never too late to make progress. I love that. Also, you're in a place in your life where you're just so much more beautifully yourself. Like, you see it. It's like every single time people are like, when I'm in fem mode on stream, and people are like, I see that light in your eyes. And I'm like, gosh, I hope I have a little bit of that light even when I'm not in fem mode, but like, I get it, right? You feel like connected to this like important part of yourself, and it restores you and it heals you, and that's so important. So, yo, Leaf, get some wonderful rest. Thanks for hanging out. My state allows for seniors to audit college classes for free. No free. Yeah. So like, yeah, we have like, you can attend the classes as a student in some places here for free, which is pretty cool. Yeah, same level of education even with the audit. Absolutely. That's the thing I always tell people about starting voice acting. I had a couple people recently who they were like, hey Brian, I got really good advice from you about starting voice acting, and I went to go check out, you know, the cost of a class, and like, oh my god, egads, $200 to, you know, join a class or whatever. Oh my god, I don't have that kind of money, right? You can get an observer seat for most voice acting classes, at least at like the level that you're gonna need them in the beginning, for like $50 to like $75. You can sit in, and you won't be able to participate and get direct feedback from the voice acting coach or the director or whoever is there running the session, but you'll get to sit there. You'll get to hear other people's takes of the script. You'll get to hear the criticisms that they get. You'll be able to build your own performance off of imitating them because your mic won't be on. You'll be able to sit there and like speak along with them, that kind of thing. And that's like a great way to get into voice acting. That's how I started taking classes. I was just an observer. My mic wasn't on. I just watched people who were more experienced actors getting coaching from very, very good acting coaches or very, very good voice acting directors. And I was learning things that I then internalized into my auditions. And then I landed a couple parts, used the money from getting those roles to pay for more voice acting classes that I got to participate in. And it's just been a really good like skill set Ouroboros as I punch my microphone that costs more than my rent. So yeah. Grad school library science gave me the opportunity to learn how to edit videos. It's very helpful since I want to make videos talking about my interests with friends. Hell yeah. Yeah, a lot of those like practical skill sets are great to pick up, and they have a lot of like cross-contamination moments, right? Where the skills transfer to other aspects of your life. I dig that. It's very cool. Taking a break from STEM to let my brain heal a little. I've discovered with the classes I'm taking now that I weirdly enjoy accounting of all things. Wild. I mean, I was just talking before you joined, Kettle, about me pivoting in college. I went from creative writing all the way up into my junior year, through my junior year, swapped to psych because I was already like trying to double major in psych and creative writing. And I went, I just want to major in psych. So I had already taken like a lot of those classes. And I found out I just loved doing that so much more than creative writing that I just, I moved over into that field instead. And now I'm a full-time streamer. So if you want to end up like one paycheck away from homelessness all the time, you too should switch careers right now. No. Seriously, like, there's no wrong time. There's no wrong time to make a change, to try to figure out something else about your life. You know? Mytism really likes Excel. No, I love a spreadsheet. I feel ya. Someone who's recently diagnosed with autism, I'm like, oh, it all really does make sense. So, yeah. You heard more experienced cat girls? Well, that's me. I'm the #1 most experienced cat girl. The brain hears what it wants to hear, you know? But it's like I said at the beginning of stream, you don't really need a cat girl chat. You need social benefits and job stability. Okay? The cat girl, once you have the job stability, once you have job security, and you're making a paycheck, you'll be able to afford the milk, and then the cat girls will come, I promise. Okay? Spreadsheet autism in the house tonight. Oh, yeah. Yeah, poverty, yeah. Drop your degree where your original plan was to be a private therapist where you're going to make so many hundreds of dollars an hour and become a streamer that makes like fucking $70 a night. Fuck, guys, follow my lead and you could be here too. Talking spreadsheets always. Healthcare? Well, that's part of the social benefits. We need socialized healthcare. Mightism hates Excel? Oh, you're on that side of the spectrum. I see. I see. Zero judgment. Zero judgment because I don't do that. I just objectively observe data and facts. Shout out to spreadsheets. What if I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death? See, that's the Northern Lion reference you thought I was making. You don't need a woman with a wolf cut to beat you to death. You need socialized healthcare and whatever the hell else he says. Same vein of thinking, though. When that clip went viral, I was like, holy fuck, I really have Stan the right man for like a decade. I've been watching Northern Lion since the early days of his Let's Plays of Binding of Isaac on YouTube, before anyone knew any of his political beliefs. And then when that clip went viral, I went, holy shit, Based King. Catgirls really are a massive motivator. They are. Listen, I didn't get a catgirl girlfriend. Morgan's not into that, so I became the catgirl girlfriend, and that's really the power move there. I like being the catgirl girlfriend, honestly. I can't do numbers, so spreadsheets, while cool, don't really like me. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we need universal income. Exactly. My neurospicy learned about equations and spreadsheets, and now I do my math there. Hell yeah. No, you don't need healthcare and a universal. Don't get distracted. Yeah. Yeah, chat. Stop getting distracted by identity politics. We're only engaging in class warfare against billionaires. Please don't get distracted from the class warfare, please. We have to take down the billionaire class. Someone called me? I guess I don't have a proper wolf cut, though. Yeah, that's... I'm letting my hair grow out until Morgan feels confident in being able to make it into a proper wolf cut this time. Because I do really want to do the muscle mommy wolf cut vibe thing. I'm going to be a muscle MILF with a wolf cut, and therefore, automatically, these are going to go to like 500 viewer streams. I'm just going to have too much, like, internet. Anyone raised by the internet will just objectively think I'm powerful once that happens. Once I wanted to paint, instead made a fully sorted spreadsheet inventory of all the minis I've painted / have painted. Hell yeah. Here, do you know what's so funny about you saying that, Mins? Is my plan after stream tonight, if I decide not to record a YouTube video, which I might not, I'm kind of tired. I might just save it for fresh legs tomorrow kind of thing. But I was going to make a spreadsheet of all my Gunpla model kits I bought with the little check boxes next to them on if I had completed them. But I was going to have the common name that the Gundams or the mobile suits go by, their full model code name, like, oh, this is the XXG017. And then my internet's going to apparently poop its pants a little bit. I don't know if anyone can hear me still. Oh, internet, why are you such a silly bean? Oh, no. No. Am I back? Am I here? Am I... moment here. Reconnection successful. CC works. CC sometimes stays connected. I don't know if that's like a... It's because it's so delayed, is what it is, Mins. That if I'm still talking, it's just picking up what would have gone through while the internet was up. So it's just displaying as playback. It goes to like a server side storage kind of thing, if that makes sense. Um, what the fuck? Okay, I don't know what what was the last thing anyone heard from me? Yeah, this is our internet. Our internet's getting bodied by the cold weather right now. It sucks. It's been shit, dude. I was about to storm the internet company. Thank you for your service. We need more warriors like you. Oh yeah, Gunpla actual model name. So you did hear the whole thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be breaking down like the whole model, everything. It's gonna have its common name, its scientific mobile suit name, what series it's from. It's gonna be an awesome autism spreadsheet. I can't wait. So, yeah, the internet getting mogged on. The internet's mogging me. It's like, yeah, so you want to have a productive stream where people enjoy the conversation you're having? Not if I'm in the building. You silly little silly. I missed, like, a bunch of people's messages. I saw something about doming dog girls from V. V, what's that about? Tell me more. So, yeah, that's awesome-tism. Yeah, that's not autism. That's awesome-tism. Snow finally melted here, but it looks like we're going to get a bunch of rain and it's cold again. Yeah, we've been getting like nonstop either sub-zero temperature wind chill or nonstop snow or a combo of both. Today was a little bit better, but it's also been kind of like on and off screwing with the internet still because we have the kind of fiber internet that is affected by weather, which is so awesome. Yeah. Autism. Aww. Got a little bit of autism there, well, buddy. I would do the autistic reaction to that, where if someone did that to me, I'd be like, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? I will not tell you more. No, I need to know. Did I even paraphrase what you said properly? Were you actually talking about dominant dog girls? Well, with dog girls, so here's the interesting thing, right? Cat girls never, like, worry about, like, what breed of cat girl. It's just cat girls in general. Dog girls, because dogs are so hyper-specific, are there, like, different breeds of dog girl? It's like you got, like, a really aggressive, dominant dog girl, puppy girl who's a Doberman Pinscher. You have, like, the really complacent, like, service equals love, like golden retriever puppy girlfriend. Like, is that a thing in that subculture? Don't say you want to go dogging. What about raw dogging? Huh? Chaotic Huskies. I have a spreadsheet of every Looney Tunes cartoon I have ripped to my PC, all titled, yeared, and organized, and color-coded, starring and co-starring character. I fucking love that. Look at this shit. Right? No shame here. No shame here for my fellow autists. Look at this shit. Movies watched alphabetically sorted with the year that they were released next to them. Whole big ass Google Doc list. And then in my Letterboxd, I only clear titles off of my search history if I've written a Letterboxd review for them. So I'm backed up with like 20 movies I have to do reviews for on Letterboxd. So you're so autistic, and you're 1 apple tall. Hi, leggies. Why are you awake? Did you wake up for the day right now? You're like, a little bit of a late start today, 2:20 in the morning here at the Leggies household. I think my autism is mostly obsessed with books. I mean, that's a good obsession to have. I also have a book list, by the way. I have a book list. I have a TV show list. I have a movie list. I have a video games that I've beaten list. I have a manga list. I'm making a Gundam list. Fell asleep on the living room floor futon. Was it with the puppies at least? If that were a Google sheet, you could sort by title or year. Very true. Moving to bed now. Please go to bed. This is like insane people hours for you. I hope you're having overall a good night besides the floor sleeping. I have video games I haven't beaten yet list, and it's humbling. Yeah, do you know where mine is? Steam. It's the thing I've told y'all for a long time now. I just say yes to every single Steam key that's sent to me. They're like, or I don't write back. If I have an email that's sent to me from an indie dev with a Steam key in it, I just add it to my Steam library. I don't install it most of the time. It's just sitting there. I have 2,600 Steam games. It's bad. I play a lot of them, and they keep sending me games with the hopes that, like, I'll play their game eventually. And I do sometimes. But it's like, holy shit, dude. I'm a little bit behind. It was while I was reading Feybound and Snuggling with Genu. That's cute as hell. Dude, I have a music albums I've listened to Google Doc as well, by the way. Don't remind me of my Steam library. I think I might have you beaten. I do the same thing. Yeah, Leggies, it's just the benefits of the job. If I'm not going to get paid for it, I might as well get a game key out of it. So, yeah. Yo, what's up, Racer? Hello. Just a warning, I am ending stream. I just realized what time it was. I'm very hungry. So, Storygraph account. I haven't logged the books I've been reading or the, like, manga volumes I read or anything lately. I don't want to do it for every single manga volume I read. It's like way too much work to like write a full review. But I do kind of want to. I know Leggies have been trying to get me to get onto Pagebound. Any of y'all using Pagebound? Is it good? Is it worth? I might start writing book reviews again this year. I'm kind of curious to engage my artistic mind and my media literacy mind. So, yeah, it's free stuff. Yeah, it's the same way I never turn down a free t-shirt. Anytime a game studio reaches out and they're like, hey, we have merch. Do you want some? I'm like, yeah. So, I get here late all the time. You're good, Racer. You're good. You got the taunting smell food too. Yeah, I like Morgan started cooking something really yummy smelling like half an hour ago. I might be taking it a little literally, but haven't you said that your therapist has specifically said that you're not autistic? No, so what happened was we shelved that talk. When I first started seeing her, there were some much larger elephants in the room. And it was basically like, I'm not seeing any signs right now because we had just started talking, essentially. Let's shelf that. And in my brain at the time, I went, oh, that must mean that I just have like a lot of comorbid symptoms from ADHD. Also, here's another fun fact about this, Levy, because you've missed a lot of streams. My therapist was like, hey, we're not going to investigate that right now. Guess who diagnosed me? Same person. So doesn't really matter what was said in the past, because basically what happened was recently, as I've gotten a lot of other things sorted in my life, we started diving a little bit more into, hey, so we've both done a little bit more reading here. This might be something maybe worth investigating. And guess what that investigation led to? So, just in an avatar update, you get more avatars to unlock with your levels on Pagebound. Cool. The avatars are cute. Cute. My reviews are my book rants at my coworkers or family. I mean, hey, you keep it where you want to keep it, right? It's one of those things. Me, I don't mind going on a PvP website to share my opinions about media because I have taste and my opinions are better than everyone's. So even if someone disagrees, oh well. You know? I told my therapist I was going for a very simple, light problems, and then 2 sessions ago, I just kind of dumped a whole bunch of stuff on her. And she was just, what? Well, hey, that's more, no, here's something as someone who used to be a psych counselor. We love when you do that. A, it shows that there's a level of trust there. Some vulnerability is being explored. And then B, we have more to work with. We don't have to go, you know, I noticed a pattern between these things you talked about and how you've spoken about your parents. Like, that's always like, you know, very uncomfortable. Well, not very uncomfortable, but it's like it's stiffer, right? But doing that, no, that's great. The therapist has like a lot to work with, I'm sure. Great lady gets some wonderful sleep. For funsies, would you be able to ask your therapist what assessment she used? I'm curious. Honestly, I should probably ask her which one we did, because we did a number of different tests, which was great because she is accredited for that. But it's like, I was just sitting there answering questions, and she was like, don't think about it too much. Don't think about it too much. I don't want to like, because she knows I did psychology and we very often over intellectualize shit. She was like, I'm not going to tell you which test you're taking right now so that you don't have a pre-existing bias going into this. I just need you to answer these questions. We're going to do this survey together. We're going to do all this shit. I don't share my Storygraph account because I generally have a standing rule that I'll make a point to read anything that's gifted to me, but that doesn't mean they have to know what I thought about it. That's fair. It's like I watched a Friends movie, a movie that she was in a couple years ago. And the movie itself kind of fucking sucked. The movie itself kind of fucking sucked, which was a bummer. But I gave it a Letterboxd review and I bumped it up like a whole star because I was like, oh, but I was so proud of my friend. She did a great job acting in it. But it's like sometimes I feel bad about that. But I always like add the caveat of like, oh, but you, person I know who worked on this thing, you did a good job in your role. Sorry, the movie around you kind of wasn't great. So, you have rubber gloves on. What nails are you checking? I don't know. A diva, being a diva is just a feeling. It's not the uniform you wear. There's no universal uniform for being a diva. It's a feeling deep inside. So if you're wearing gloves and you go to check the nails, that's still diva. All right? I started out my therapy sessions often being like, nah, yeah, but I feel okay about it, to ranting for the entire hour about my family issues, barely able to catch my breath. Yeah, again, as someone who worked in the field, it's like a deadly thing because, again, I'm like, well, I know why I feel this way, but here and here and here and here. So we never run out of stuff to talk about. I've been going to the same therapist for 5 years, and we never have run out of a single thing to talk about. Sometimes we go over our time because we are pontificating. But, like, it's kind of great to have someone who's watched me change so much and been able to like be like, hey, I think it is time for an autism assessment. I spent 5 minutes with a psychologist. She asked me if I'd been screened for autism. Yeah, It's wild too. It's like, you look at the degrees that my therapist has, and they're just like, wow, I could have really taken my education like a lot more seriously and a lot farther. Holy crap. She has like every fucking like suffix after her name. It's wild, dude. Like all the clinical like suffixes. It's so wild. So, once I'm out of this ad and I'm not too late, I have news. Wallowy Willowy, you can't hear me, but hopefully you get that in. I hope that Wallowy Willowy gets it in quickly because they don't know that I'm about to end stream here. I'm about to end it. Chat, I'm about to end it all. No. I have so much to live for. I've been seeing the same therapist for over a decade. We found more to talk about, if anything. Same, yeah. It's like, God, the big shit that I went in for, we've mainly covered. But how it sort of spiders outwards is wild. Where you're just like, oh my God, bro, no, you have so much powerwash to live for. Like I said, I'll find a new cozy game for in between streams. Don't you worry, chat. Yeah, well, we get that news in quick because I'm ending stream here momentarily, like as soon as I hit 25% on here. But it is one of those things where it's like, what was I saying? My brain just went to hell again. Yeah, you find more to talk about because they know you a little bit better. And then they can make so many more connections about like, hey, we've already gone over like all your issues with your parents. Get out of here, gnome. But you just said something really interesting that I think I can like link those two things together. And then go, oh my God, it was so obvious. It was there the whole time. Leggies, go to bed. Thank you so much for dropping by. Appreciate it. Say good night to the puppies and Seppi for me. Fiora must head off. No, Goose, go take care of yourself, please. You have so much power to wash, truly. Thank you so much, Goose. Thank you so much, Leggies. Take care of you. If y'all don't follow Leggies, little Leggies there in chat, please do so. Fantastic vibes. Also awake at a more normal human time than me. Most of the time. Seppi's in Thailand? Do it spiritually then. Okay? That's so funny. Morgan and I just started watching this like pretty ass horror series from Thailand that was apparently really viral called Death Whisperer. We're about to watch the second movie. I can't wait. They've been so mid. Or the first movie was so mid, but like it also had some cool ideas in it. Apparently it was also Thailand's first IMAX horror movie. Made boku bucks. I mentioned it a while ago that I was being assessed for autism, got the assessment done, and got the diagnosis of autism on the 3rd. It's nice to actually have the diagnosis. Gives me stuff to look into more. Yeah, absolutely. Same here. Welcome to the club. We know a little bit more about ourselves, which is kind of great, right? Kind of a beautiful thing to figure out ourselves even more. Sometimes I say something and my therapist starts writing and I go, oh, that's not a normal response, is it? No. Sometimes it's a good thing because they'll be like, client has a very strong sense of self. Sometimes it's like positive shit. It's not always critical. It just gives them a better idea collectively of who you are. So there you go. Just recently got the thing at my library. Never seen it before. The OG one? Oh, it's such a good fucking movie. That's one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. It's a toss-up between that and the OG Halloween for me. But John Carpenter is like one of my favorite horror directors ever. Original Thing is phenomenal from like a technical aspect when you're like, wait, this was the 80s and they did some really cool like prosthetic like physical effect stuff. It's so good. Think so? Yeah, be careful because there was a remake slash reboot slash whatever they ended up calling it with Mary Elizabeth Winstead that replaces a lot of the really cool practical effects with like shitty CGI. I can't remember. I think they did that in like the 2010s. It was okay, but it was like too derivative to what the OG movie was. I didn't like it nearly as much. I will actually write things down for client voice, which is required for clinical notes. Exactly, yep. Finding your voice in therapy is so important. Finding like the voice someone thinks of themselves, the filters they think of themselves through, the way they talk about themselves, the way they think about themselves. You get a better idea of like what their brain kind of sounds like how they talk about things they do, how they see themselves in their own life. It's such an important methodology. This also gives me a lot more options for jokes to make now. Being healthy is always a priority, obviously, but being funny is also important. Oh, yeah, 2026, we're trying to regain the damn whimsy. Bring it, you know? My therapist said I was wise, and then I'm like, wow, you do not know me well. That was the exact fucking joke I made to my therapist a couple years ago. When we were still kind of getting to know each other, like three-ish years ago, 3.5 years ago. She said I was an incredibly intelligent person. And I went, man, wow, you got tricked by me too. And now I don't do that because I'm not allowed to say that. Also, Tito, hello, hi. Welcome. I'm so sorry as your favorite parasocial streamer. I'm ending stream now. I just hit 25% on a map I've already beaten before, but I'm farming in-game currency on. We beat this game tonight. Yeah, sorry. Wow, I know. Sorry. Ending stream specifically because of you. But, yeah, take that as a blow to your parasocialism. So, anytime my sibling won't play class with me, I go, so you hate autistic people? No, it's been so funny. When I was hanging out in Canada, you got tricked by me too. Feels so real, right? Yeah. Every time someone's like, wow, you're kind of nice. I'm like, oh, you don't know me. Yeah, you're just so intense. I was like, Tito from Rocket Power, how do I even live up to the expectations of a Nickelodeon cartoon legend? Unbelievable. Yeah, it scared me away. Once a more famous person enters my sphere, it's like, yeah, it's like the prey instinct kicks in where I'm like, I'm not the apex predator here in in the like food chain anymore. Now I'm the prey animal, and this more powerful like creature is here to take away all the attention and everything and the clout. So I have to move to a different ecosystem. So, no, when I was in Canada, like speaking of that joke, Wallowy Willowy, so I was hanging out like at Ashley Robato's house as an early birthday celebration with like Mika and Kat and everybody. And I just kept bringing up that I was autistic because like it was the first time I was telling them about it, where it's like, yeah, I got diagnosed with autism recently. And it's been like a weird game-changing thing. It's been like so interesting to like learn this aspect of myself. And I was like, but also, guys, why did none of you like, you know, help clock this in me? Some friends you are. I literally like put together Gundam models for fun. And then they were like, oh my God, like that's so funny. And we were talking about something else randomly. I was like, oh yeah, the charcuterie here is really good. Anyway, I like Gundam. I'm autistic, bye. And I just like walked out of the conversation. And that has become a very funny thing to do lately. So yeah, but the Mac girlies, problematic because they didn't clock me as autistic. That's pretty evil of them, if I'm going to be honest. Pretty damn evil of them. Wait, it's 26%. I gotta go. I gotta hold myself to my values, chat. Sorry. Yeah, just keeps watching. Sorry, okay? Like I said, I have autism. More like problematic. The jokes write themselves. The signs were there. The writing was on the walls. Come on. Anything for you, Elsa. Yes. Listen to my cat. I like Gundam. I'm autistic. Bye. Well, first off, let's put some respect on the name and add the A where that second U is. But outside of that, yeah, that's my get out of jail free card now. What values? The circus of values. Have a good night. You as well. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate everybody who was here. I am going to get going now, though. It is an exhausting existence. I'm from there, so I know what's going on. Yes! Elsa is such a great resource for that information, though. You're right. I just accidentally need you, chat. I need my mic. I'm sorry about that. Guys, I gotta be careful with this thing because I think I brought this up before. Logitech bought Blue microphones. This is the Blue mouse. This is a microphone I bought for like 1,400 fucking bucks or something. Or more than that, I think. With like shipping and handling. I think it was like closer to like 16. And then Logitech bought Blue mics. Bought Blue microphones. And it basically liquidated the entire company. The only mic they still make that was a Blue Series mic is the Yeti, but it's now branded as the Logitech Yeti. So that means that I can't send this into an official repair shop anymore. If I want to replace this, I have to buy it like at the cheapest, like $800 used, which you can never tell if the capsule is going to be good or anything like that. So I have to be like ultra careful with this, and here I am kneeing this. So first you tell me you're leaving, then you knee me out of the way. I know! Toxic streamer! Alright. I'm going. Elsa, the internet's second favorite woke cat. I know. Wait, Jort's the woke... Yeah, true. Elsa's trying to up her woke game, but she's only existed for like 2.5 years. You gotta keep that in mind. She is still baby. You need it to work forever. Oh my God, you do have autism. All right, I gotta go. Chat, you're amazing. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening. Yeah, Logitech Yeti sounds so incorrect. So sad. So you can't buy like the Blue Bird. You can't buy the Blue Bottle because the Blue Microphones website doesn't even exist anymore. Really rough. So, yeah. Anyway, chat, thank you so much. Seriously, this was such a blast. I always have a good time. We beat Powerwash Sim 2, so Cozy Game Nights are going to have a different game. I'm going to go eat food, probably watch some bad TV with Morgan, go to bed. I hope whatever you're doing, you're taking care of you. Like I said in the title of the stream, you better be taking care of yourself first, especially if you're someone who gifted me subs tonight. Thank you so much. We are so close to the 400 sub goal. We don't always get double-digit sub gifts in a stream, so the fact that we hit 15 tonight is really, really kind. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you so much for your kindness. That's really nice of you. Yes, I will definitely play the Adventure Time DLC when it comes out. That's not even a question. I've sold so many copies of this game for them. They better send me that key. They sent me every other key, so they better send me this damn key. We'll see. Anyway, I'm not actually entitled that way. I'll buy it. I'll support the damn devs, especially for Adventure Time stuff. That'll be fun. Anyway, thank you for follows, bits, subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips, anything that came through here tonight. Y'all are amazing for all of your support. You're incredible. Please treat yourselves to nice things, or you will be thrown onto the train tracks of life, tied up. You'll go, help me, the train is coming. And nobody will show up. You'll only have a mustachioed villain twirling his mustache going, nya, as the train gets closer. And then you'll go, oh my god, I'm in a black and white cartoon from 1932. What's happening? Also, Ghost Fur, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Welcome. Oh no, not the train. All right, thank you, everybody. Really appreciate your energy. Thanks for chatting, lurking, no matter what you did. Very, very, very appreciated by me. Spent your time, your energy here. Waluigi has kidnapped you. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. Yeah, the train autism. Okay, all right. Yeah, your the last thing you see is your autistic hyperfixation. Amazing. You're on a train right now. Wild. I could have guessed. If you're watching this from a train, unsurprising, chat. Finger hearts as usual. I'm getting out of here. Please take care of yourselves. You deserve to. I'll see you tomorrow for more fun content and times together. Goodbye. The song's ending, so goodbye. Goodbye. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Not hype train. I gotta stick around for 5 minutes. Wait. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Hold up. We have a hype train. All right. I honor these. I honor these. Dude, it did the delayed one again. Which one of you is... It's probably V at this point. Who's on the damn leaderboard? Yeah, so we do timed hype trains now in case someone who has a lot of money and gives it to you sometimes is in the chat. That dude, I don't like that. That's like weird. Icks me out. Twitch herd train.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Matrix, thank you. I forgot that was an alert for a moment. Thank you for the egg. Thank you for the 125 bits. Very kind of you. Streamers held hostage by chat, not clickbait. I mean, this has always been the policy since like 2019 that if there's a hype train, you were very generous. So the least I can do is give you 5 more minutes of my time vibing out. What do you want to talk about for 5 minutes? Have I forced you to stay? I don't even know if it was you. I don't know why they do it that way. Oh, Matrix. Yeah, I gotta add Egga for egging on. What if that's the every other day cozy game? Because that game, oh my god, it's so fun, actually. I've been thinking about it, like, non-stop. Yeah, actually, wait. I gotta check Better TTV. When do I get more emotes? Soon. It's not yet, apparently, but soon. I think, like, tomorrow? I get more emotes, possibly, or sometime this weekend, we'll add more BTTV emotes. Yo, Paxton, thank you for the bits and the dancing dinos. Thank you. Exploding dinos, whatever they really are. If we keep going, we get infinite stream. I've told people that before. I'm like, the only way you keep me here is you keep giving me money, but that's screwed up. 135 subs to silly quiz time, truly. We have never been closer. That's a lie also. I have a podcast I really like with a main character who's autistic. I like it. That's good stuff. I mean, there's a lot of good representation out there. Obviously, it needs to be even more normalized. Oh my god, we can always use more normalization of things. But, like, it is one of those things. Also, Mom, thank you for those bits. My goodness, this is late for you. 35 to Streamo, true. Weirdly a vibe with the checkpoints. I know, yeah, with the check. Dude, but have y'all been watching? Julia has been playing Egging On with no checkpoints. And she's killing it. I think she's farther in the game than I am in less time. She's like such a gamer. It's really wild. It's kind of made me want to restart with no checkpoints, but I also think that I have too much self-respect and I would rather play a different game than Egging On for like a month, you know? Squeak Ross is a very cozy game, also very gay, but it's also just puzzles. There's a bunch, there's incentive ones that chat earned a couple years ago, like at the end of 2024. Like Mail Time was one of them. There's like Maneki Night Market or something. There's another one. So there's like a couple cozy ones that I could definitely do for like late night, low energy vibe games. Just stopping by to say goodnight. Go get some sleep, Mom. Thanks for that. What's Egging On? It's like Only Up, but with an egg, and it's actually made... It's Only Up if Only Up fucked. It's such a good game. It's actually really fun. You are an egg that is rolling around. It has, like, more of a method on how to, like, make certain size jumps. So, like, if you jump off the tip of the egg, you jump farther and higher. There's so much physics in it because you can roll off of stuff. It's very anxiety inducing, but for a rage game, I haven't been getting angry at it because it's designed in a much more fair way. I've been having a blast. The game is excellent, yeah. So, Fields of Mystery, I can't start another game like that. If I might go back to like doing like Minecraft or like Stardew maybe for those nights. I have no idea.
Break out the L word.
This is a year where I'm trying to beat the Ender Dragon by myself for the first time ever.
Lesbians.
So, also thank you, Mom, for a gifted sub to Megan. Megan, if you happen to be here, please make sure you're saying thanks. Enjoy the emote sub ad-free viewing. Brian is cracked at Egging On, actually. Oh my god. I thought I was, and then I watched Julia play. Julia's killing it. Doing so good. Twitch hates autistic people. I'm in an ad. Well, that's all the proof you need, chat. If you want to fight against ableism. Demand that Twitch does not give neurodivergent people ads. Loving all the jokes we have, the yokes we have about eggs, while my brain filled in like what the right word was. Yeah, Hype Train died. Hype Train didn't even leave the station. Ran out of steam, and that's okay. I vote Ender Dragon Quest. Yeah, maybe I'll do more Minecraft. Stardew, you know, I've tried on and off over the years. I still haven't beaten it. I haven't even gotten married in Stardew. Maybe this is the year I bring Stardew back also and get married in Stardew. Finally marry my lesbian legend, Abby, who eats rocks and is a sword lesbian, which is like the ultimate kind of lesbian, which is why I own swords that you see back here. This is why I also studied the art of the blade. I didn't care for Stardew, sadly. Well, you won't be the one playing it. With the train talk, I keep thinking of the trolley problem game. Oh my god, not the goddamn trolley problem. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I start like really like mainlining a bunch of horror games. There's so many horror games I want to play on stream. There's like a bajillion of them, y'all know. So, been years since I touched Stardew, but I married Emily. Also a good choice. I respect it. I do. There's a lot of really cute characters in Stardew. You go for Abby too. God, what an easy fucking choice. I last married Harvey. Harvey's a good one. Oh yeah, Krobus. That's right. Last time I played it like a year or so ago, I finally met Krobus for the first time. I loved Krobus. Poppy Playtime 5's coming out. Great time to start the series. Okay. I know the game's a lot of like puzzles and chase scenes, but I've been getting a little bit better at chase scenes in games, I feel like. So, Try to marry someone else, but I keep going for Elliot. We all got our mains. It's kind of like, I don't know if y'all have ever heard of the game Boyfriend Dungeon. There's like a lot of great characters in it, but there's this, he's a Korean K-pop idol. And his name is Seven. And he's probably the best character in the game. Like, I can't not date Seven in that game, you know? I'm a sad white girl, so I married Shane and Harvey. Oh, you saw Shane, you and I can fix him. Krobus Smash? Yeah. I like the book nerd. Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed about that. Leah, yeah, I mean, like, there's so many good picks in the game, honestly. Boyfriend Dungeon mention, yeah. Or go to bat for Seven, which is saying something because he's a laser saber. Listen, what is... Oh, okay, wait. I gotta look up the exact date of when Boyfriend Dungeon came out, because I think... And this is going to make some of you gasp out loud and maybe throw up in your mouths a little bit, but I think it's like turning 5 years old this year. Everyone here's a Clint hater. Yeah, he's not great. Clint, unfortunately, kind of gives like old school incel a lot. Yeah, I know. 5 years. 5 years. Don't do this to me. Guys, the game came out August 11th, 2021. So in like 6 months and half a year, the game is literally 4.5 years old. It turns 5 in 6 months. Less than 6 months, technically. So, my plan this year is on the anniversary, I'll start a new file. I'd love to revisit it. It's been a long time. I'd love to revisit it. I'd love to show off my humble beginnings in my first major voice acting role in that. Because I've done so much since then. I get a little bit cruel about my past self. I've said stuff on stream a couple times that, like, in retrospect, I don't really regret it because I was being truthful, but also, like, I was being a little bit too clinical about my voice acting, where I was really ripping myself apart. But I'm very proud because, like, the whole thing about that role is when I got it, up until then, I was a relative nobody in the voice acting scene, and I was mainly doing bit parts in indie games. And that was one of my first major, well, that was my first major role, and it completely launched my whole career. You know, I got to do so many cool things because of it. So, looking back at it, it doesn't really matter if objectively the voice acting was great or not, especially in comparison to me now, who's more experienced and more skilled, which is an unfair comparison for myself to make. Although it is like a patting myself on the back for the progress kind of thing. But I'd love to revisit it. I'd love to go back and be like, wow, this is really what launched this really cool chapter of my life that I've loved being a part of. Yeah, Boyfriend Dungeon 2 would be actually, God, it's so sick. The problem is I know Kit Fox, they've been really busy publishing games recently. Developing, that game almost killed them. They were exhausted doing, because it was the first time they had developed the game. Most of the time they just publish other people's games and help them with like the marketing and getting it in front of the right people and helping fund other games and then putting their name on it as the publisher. Boyfriend Dungeon was a huge Kickstarter thing. I don't know if Kickstarters are nearly as successful as they were back then. It was like a freak thing for an indie game back then, even. And I know that the work that it took the team to get that game done almost killed them. So I have no idea. They like gave their like writers and art team like many mental health breaks because they were so invested in having zero crunch time. But because of that process, it slowed a lot of things down. And the game did so well, right? Like, it did make, like, a shit ton of money. And that's allowed them to keep Kit Fox going. But I'm not sure if I see them actually developing anything for a little bit. Loved all the 7 interactions. They're so good. They're cute, right? He's just got... He wears his heart on his sleeve after you kind of break down some of those barriers. So, I still mention that game to friends when they play Dungeon Crawlers because it's so fun. It is. It's like a little bit more lighthearted. It's like a great intro to Dungeon Crawlers. Yeah, that version of you made this version possible. Yeah, that's kind of the way I've been trying to look at my past lately. I hope you know I got the gays in my classes, not just the one I interviewed you for, to wishlist and play Boyfriend Dungeon. Hell yeah. Yeah, Kickstarter for Boyfriend Dungeon 2 someday. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's cool to hear that some Kickstarters are still very successful also. I always worry, the creator industry is such a weird place because so much of it is now being controlled, whether you are in content creation like me, if you're someone who is making video games, if you're someone who's just trying to sell art online, like digital art. So much of the industry has been gobbled up by, you know, like we talk about, really rich people who don't have an artistic bone or creative bone in their bodies, who think that they know better, and they go, well, I just gave you $1 million, so you have to do all the things I just told you to do. I need to make these weirdo changes, and it really hurts products. And like studios are shuttering left and right. People are being laid off in the game industry. We just saw like a bunch more of that, which is so fucking devastating. Like High Guard, less than like what is it? Less than a month after its launch, they like closed. They like fired most of the studio. Why? It's a live service game. You need future patches. You need people writing more lore. You need people working on this thing. It's a long tail investment. It's not a make money overnight thing. What are you guys doing? Right? So much is being like ripped away from us. So to hear that like things like independently crowdsourcing funding with like Kickstarter are working out for some studios still, that's rad as hell. That's punk rock as shit. If it never should be that way. We should be able to have access to like all those millions of dollars and making cool stuff like we said, but we see how that works out. Even if it never gets a second one, it's always in my top 10 of games. I've replayed it so many times. I'm so happy that you enjoy that gameplay loop and everything. Yeah, Slade, it's fucked. I have so many friends who have been laid off from the game industry this year, and it really bums me out. Anyway, I gotta go. Holy crap, I gave y'all I said, oh, I'll wait the 5 minutes. I gave you 15 minutes more. I already said goodbye, so please take care of you. Please know there's a whole slew of people who care about you. This weekend, we'll be jumping into some new stuff. We already beat Barry. Yeah, we made it to 3 a.m. after all. We just beat Powerwash Sim 2. It will never darken your doorstep again if you hate the gameplay of this game. Until Adventure Time. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for everything that you do. Yeah, beating games left and right this year. More games coming soon. Maybe some scary stuff. I'm kind of in the mood for some scary games. Maybe we do Observation Duty 2 as a community soon. Anyway, take care of yourselves. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Listen to the title of the stream. Please treat yourselves to something nice. You really do deserve it. Y'all are beautiful. I'll see you hopefully in the next one. See you this weekend. Bye. Goodbye.